Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 5th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and each and every one of the participants, we all have microphones. We're encouraged to interact and create new plasmas in so many ways. And of course, we're learning from each other. This is what Mr. Keshe has instructed us in a way, but apparently we have some visitors that are going to wow our socks off, if I could put it that way. Again, the knowledge they carry is beyond the knowledge of the man at this point, but in a way, we're also positioned with the advantage of understanding or beginning to understand the transmutation. So I think it'll be a great working relationship. The news has been, if you're in science or into astrology, astronomy, was the object 3I and the other object called Swan or R2. And apparently we're seeing excitement in the solar system as well as the excitement that's going to happen on this planet. As he said in the last workshop or one recently, will we all start thinking different by November as they come in for these interactions and create some sort of energy that's going to bring enlightenment? And as we know, they may land here or they may land somewhere else. They're sort of sorting things out, or they may go in the inside of the planet, as they have that capability to do that, as he described as a parasite would do. So there's a lot to understand, and I certainly fully have not understood it, but step by step, we're becoming more enlightened. But this whole process of releasing the energies apparently behind the sun and in the solar system is going to bring a huge enlightenment for all of us. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe has been sharing with us in the workshops. But of course, the governments, he said the Chinese are running scared, the Americans are closing their eyes, NASA's releasing a little bit of knowledge, but they don't understand about thinking that it got hit by an object and divided into all these things. But what we're seeing is the creation of a new life. And apparently, the daughter of Mitra has a role to play in this, and so doesn't the soul of the man. We may see a whole new creation in the universe as this interaction comes forward. How fast it'll happen, or exactly the way it'll happen, is not in my knowledge at this moment, but apparently it's for the elevation. So we've heard how the systems are there within the Keshe Foundation. The sun is interacting to bring the change, and so aren't other visitors from different parts of the galaxy or different parts of the universe are coming in here to make the change. So again, we're just sort of observing what's happening at this point. We don't fully understand it, but we're understanding more and more. And of course, many things are happening in and around the Keshe Foundation, such as the new research teams that have been announced, transmutation testing. We'll cover that a little bit, where in October you'll get two for the price of one, apparently two sessions. And then, of course, the One Nation Network, which is scheduled to bring the change as well. Of course, it's a gaming network at this time, but that's just because we're hiding the knowledge in a way in back of this gaming and the coins and the rest of this. So many things going on. And of course, then there's the new offer of the mystery boxes. But before we go any further, and feel free to jump in at any time. I don't mind, and I'm sure the others don't mind either, to hear another sort of understanding. If you'd like to share it at any point, that's fine. But of course, the whole idea is to bring us into a peaceful condition and move away from killing and destruction, as we now are, in a way, starting to get access to tools that will allow us to live without that killing and destruction, where we can create anything we want out of the interaction of the fields. And this is what we're seeing between these two objects in a way. I think they're from different parts or of the universe, perhaps even this galaxy, but obviously they're familiar with each other and they're working together in a certain type of way. Mr. Keshe used that example of the fish spawning when they go upriver. He said our solar system was that upriver, and now apparently there's going to be some sort of fertilization process, in a way, in the energy dimension, not in the matter state, behind the sun. And we may see a huge flash of light, even overcoming the sun itself at one point. So this is going to be puzzling and baffling to many that are regular citizens, but also to those who are working in the space agencies. And I think that's why Mr. Keshe wants to bring the research teams together in a much bigger way, so they start understanding more about what's going on. And then, of course, the commercialization, the governments will be part of this. But he's talking about 200 to 500, perhaps, scientists sort of being in a center, one of the beautiful centers is being developed in the next period of time for this sort of research, where you'll actually live there and even bring your families. It could be 1 year, it could be 2 years, or a 5 year, depending. And of course, what is the topic you're interested in? Is it the energy? Is it the wellness? Is it the travel? But of course, he's looking for experts in these different fields, not just knowledge seekers, as he said, that know how to make a Gantz. But I think we'll all be touched by the research centers without a doubt. And this is the way some of this knowledge is going to be brought in. And again, he said we may not see these appear as a man on Earth, but we'll have to see how it all. They're sort of seeing. Remember Goldilocks and the Three Bears or something, and they were testing the different beds to see which one was just right, if that's the right story I got. And this one's too hard, and this one's too soft, and this one's just right. So they're sort of putting out feelers to see if Jupiter would be more adaptable to them, or would it be the planet Earth or Mars or Moon or. But as he said, Mars may be the candidate as it's moving into the position of Earth. You sort of don't want to move into an old broken down, in a way, house that's about to move into another position. You want to move into a location that will be stable, or will be moving into Earth's position, perhaps. Again, it's totally up to them, and we're sort of just observing the process. But I think many of us have been waiting for this time for quite a long time, that we're actually going to start interacting, hopefully. As he said, man could become quite aggressive, and that may change the whole picture. And I know we've heard these stories in the past that they would use an alien card as a threat, but they're not here as a threat. They're not hostile. They're curious. And of course, they're from the same creator as we're from, but we just don't understand the process of creation and the creator either. So welcome everyone. But before we go any further, let's just take a look at our World Peace Treaty. Maybe I can make that a little bit bigger so we can all see it. And this is a document that you'll find on the Keshe Foundation website on different search engines. And this is the document that the world leaders will sign. And hopefully we've signed as well, either with a pen or with the pen of the soul. As of course in space, you'll never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. And again, when I'm thinking of space, just yesterday, I'm thinking, he's saying when you go to space, is that space between your ears and in your cranium? Remember, man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. So I'm thinking when he says you go to space, is it actual space that we think of as outer space? Or is it coming into our own, in a way, creation within us, that we can create all these different dimensions or fields? And yes, travel instantaneously the way the creator travels. But of course, as we know, there's no wars and big conflicts in space. There may be some disagreements, but as we know, they create everything out of their wishes or their energies or their emotions. That's why we don't see these sort of behaviors. And this is what man has to do, is to calm down and to become more peaceful. And this is part of the whole process that's going on. Let's not create any more children that are aggressive and destructive, and we'll be creating entities that are more peaceful and have a lot of kindness within them, I believe. So would anybody like to read the World Peace Treaty for us?
Yeah, I can read it today. For once I have a large screen, I can actually read it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. The World Peace Treaty. We, or I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, I, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I will agree to swear with my nation, family, home, town, soul. And this is witnessed, maybe, by, I have a lot of witnesses here. I have to say, I'm surrounded by plants, and they all witness what I do, and I have a good relationship with them. And they sort of mimic what we're doing with Keshe Foundation. I have here, I just want to share this with you. I have a little violet, an African violet. I have a leaf that is stuck in the ground, and it is sprouting all kinds of little new leaves, like new plants. And that's what it feels like to me with what we're doing here with the Keshe Foundation. Right now, all kinds of new things spring up and multiply in all kinds of ways here and as well as in space. After signing this treaty, be proud to display the certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of creation.
Yes, very beautiful, simple, but quite deep. And again, this is part of the ethos. Remember, we're adding to man's knowledge by introducing a new science called plasma technology, a new ethos. As you saw on the side of the Keshe Foundation coin, we are here to serve and not to be served, which is totally the opposite of the way things are run on this planet, where the stronger actually dominates the weaker. But in the plasma technology, the stronger actually feeds the weaker or brings that entity up to their own level, even if they surpass their level. It's not a problem. So this is part of the ethos. And then, of course, we have a new language, which we're getting with the GANs and the nano and the pico, even though those words have existed before. We're certainly hearing all kinds of different sort of terminology within the Keshe Foundation. And I know other languages like Gikuyu in Kenya, many of these words are not even in the language. So Dr. Gatwa has put together probably about 30 or 40 different words that their language had no word for that or no way to communicate what we're trying to share in this. So that's why Mr. Keshe is saying we're introducing a new science. It's not, we're adding to the knowledge of man. And of course, the ethos, which is a very important aspect of this, where the stronger doesn't take from the weaker, but the stronger actually elevates the other entity up to their level. And it's a beautiful process that's going on. It's foreign to most of us. And again, thinking things can have souls and entities. When I heard people that used to hug trees, and I said, this doesn't make any sense. Or Gaia being a Mother Earth and sort of being a living entity, it never clicked with me, even though I've heard it. But for some reason, at some point, it did. So when others don't get this knowledge, we have to understand we're just the early comers and understanding a small bit of this knowledge. And but we're certainly glad that the universal teacher is here and sharing with all of us. And of course, we're trying to get into a permanent peaceful condition that we can go to the next step, which is, again, more interaction with the universal community, as they say. And I just wanted to share something from 603. Somebody helped me find that earlier. And of course, Mr. Keshe mentioned that we would be visited by a certain race that would provide so much knowledge in a way it would baffle us. He said it's beyond even what we can contemplate. Let's see if we can. I think this was, yeah, very near the end of the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Of course, you can find all these workshops at the Keshe Foundation, and you can just type in whatever you'd like to look for. We're up to 610, but this is the, and he may go to 1,000 or something like that. So there's still a number of years for more teaching to happen. But let's just hear what he said in 603 about this civilization, or this these entities coming into our atmosphere, let's say, or our solar system.
Very soon, we'll be joined by a race which brings a knowledge to man the man could not even imagine exist. They'll change our dimension of understanding of the creation. They bring new emotions to man. And they bring to us a dimension of knowledge which we don't even know exists. It's not even in our imagination that such a thing can exist. And this process will it'll bring with it new dimension, and with it, it comes an elevation of this, what we call the soul of the man. It's part of what is about to happen. And you know, when we say part of it, doesn't take tomorrow, but it's part of the process it needs, and it'll be that process. And it's just to do with human race and with this part of the universe. It's like when they say, you see, they tell us there's a meteorite in the solar system is coming toward us. There is an energy pack which is on the way towards this universe, which will change the vibration of it, the conversion of it from the universal energy to our universal energy. It will create a ripples field which will enlighten the whole of this universe. It's another process. It's not just Earth that gets by meteorites or by energy packs from outside. We receive an energy from the process which is happened in the process of the creation in the universe. And that will bring another light. And partially the reason we teach is knowing that it's on its way. And then it comes together, because that will take you to the, let's say, one step that will bring the whole of the knowledge, the whole of understanding of the life in this universe 2 or 3 steps higher.
So as he said, he knows these people, different civilizations, and he's ridden on these craft or flown on these systems. How and when, I don't know, but he seems to be quite forecastive, let's say, from the 603, and now we're seeing all these events happening. As I said, the governments are scared, the scientists don't understand, some of the knowledge is blocked, but we also understand from the teaching that we have tried to communicate, and apparently there has been some sort of communication. Again, it's not being shared with the public at this point in time, but things are happening out of the public view, which is normal, I would say, in many ways. But the knowledge seekers have been briefed. We're quite comfortable, at least I feel quite comfortable about the process that's happening, knowing these entities are not hostile. And as I said, man could change that by trying to capture them or destroy them, thinking they're here to harm or take over. But they are in a big way going to be colonizing this solar system as I see it. Hopefully we don't go that way. We're a little wiser, and we can understand more about the workings of the universe and some of the other civilizations that are out there. As he said, the creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. He not only made man as his image, he made the whole creation in his image. So we're about to perhaps see another face of the creator. Somebody put in the chat, little green Martians will come to live. I'm not sure whether they'll take the human shape or they'll go inside the planet. It's still up in the air, or where they'll feel comfortable, whether it be on the moon or perhaps Jupiter is the more comfortable location for them. But they definitely will be here, and they're definitely interacting. And I think the interaction behind the sun is still about to take place. As somebody said earlier, that the 3i has just passed Mars. So the next close interaction, I would imagine, would be Earth. But these two objects, the Swan R2 and the 3i, will sort of meet in back of the sun and have some sort of exchange or fertilization. Again, that will touch the entire solar system. And again, I'm just understanding a little bit of this knowledge. Anyone else want to? We're going to hear more in the announcements, of course, and we're going to hear the workshop today. I think we'll go through the workshop and see what we can gather from this. But I think this is a beautiful source of very accurate information, as opposed to what they are reporting through some of the space agencies and others, as this has been their sort of pattern, not to release everything or just to release what they think the public can handle. But I think it'll be right in front of them very soon. The entire public will become aware of what's happening. Hopefully, we'll see, because this is the first time we're going to have an interaction, supposedly, with citizens of the universe, even though we've heard they've been here before. Then I was thinking earlier about this whole story about the Anunnaki coming here to create slaves, and they didn't know, they were looking for gold on their planet. Well, I don't even think they would get into the universe if they didn't know how to make gold on their own, and some other things. But of course, I don't know. I think that was more of a fairy tale, that the gold was being mined so they could take it back to their planet. I don't know if that's a tale, but apparently it's written in some stones, or the way it's been deciphered may have not been accurate either. But if you're going to travel the universe, apparently one of the things you need is this energy of gold. You don't need the physical gold because it won't do you any good in the universe, as I understand it. So that was from the 603, in a way, 7 weeks ago, announcing what was coming in. And now we see more and more of this is just baffling the scientists. But the knowledge seekers may be a little bit baffled, but I think more and more are becoming quite comfortable with this process that's going on. And as he said, the daughter of Mitra will have a huge part in this, or influence on this, and so will the soul of the man, which we know is an energy dimension. So let's see and observe. Again, we're just observing what's going on. I don't think the militaries or the governments can really do anything at this point in time to sort of interfere with this process that's going on. Would anyone like to share anything before we go to the announcements, let's say, of the 610 Knowledge Seekers Workshop? Okay. Let's just see. I'm going to bring it up from, sometimes these things move around and they shouldn't be moving around, but you find them and they seem to hide themselves after. So let's just bring this up again. We'll just go right to the, I think, the announcements. And again, what Mr. Keshe is talking about in these announcements can all be found in the Keshe Foundation, Keshe Foundation store. Let's bring that up again. And let's just go to the store for a moment. He's talking about a one nation network, which we've been hearing about, which is this sort of a small computer system that you would just plug and play. This is part of a decentralized network. So, and here's the wallet where you would, again, this is a gaming coin. This network will contain the enlightenment game, where you teach yourself to become peaceful. And as you get to different gradients or levels, I've really never played a game, but when you get to different levels, you can earn Keshe coins, or percentage of coins. With the percentage of coins, you can then shop within the Keshe Foundation store for many of the products offered, like the cosmic ray material. Perhaps you can put it towards a transmutation test, or even a cosmic mystery box, some of the other things that are here. Again, this is all for the elevation of the soul of the man, and it's hidden in some of these technologies. We have soap that's also, in a way, impregnated with different fields or ganses, And again, this is all proprietary knowledge. We can try to replicate some of these, but again, I think we can make something that looks like it, but whether it functions the same way, I would doubt that, because we don't have the depth of the knowledge. And even the ones coming in, he said, the knowledge, we could hardly hold the door for these people coming in. But where we have the upper hand is to understand we're starting to understand the transmutation. And this is what Christ showed on the cross. This is what Mr. Keshe has been teaching. And of course, he's always said that if the entities in the UFO understood how the creator travels, they wouldn't be in the craft, because that's a matter state. The creator doesn't travel in a craft. So this is the idea of the One Nation Network, that you can play the game, teach yourself to become peaceful, earn Keshe coins, and I think most of the technology, as I understand it, within the Keshe Foundation is hidden within these systems. And perhaps I can go to, I thought I had pulled something up, and I guess I lost it from was it the 609? But anyway, I think we'll just pass on that for right now. So we have the One Nation Network, which is how the technology is going to be delivered, whether it's energy, I think travel, wellness, agriculture, or some of these subcategories of those subjects. Then there are what's known as mystery boxes. One is set for Christmas and one is set for Halloween. One of the things that the Keshe Foundation could do, and as he said before, they called it the mystery box, and sometimes people got $2,000 or more of merchandise within that mystery box. So perhaps if you go to the offers of these, I think there's a $250, there's a $500, and there's a $1,000. Perhaps if you ordered one of these levels, they might even slip in a One Nation Network into this process. I don't know. But this is one of the ways of, I know he said he had put in cosmic ray material into some of the $500 boxes, which each one of those is worth something like €1,000. So ordering a mystery box, you may actually receive the network, or you may receive a coin or an ID wallet. I don't know how. Again, that's why they call it a mystery or a surprise package. But there could be some of these systems that we're rolling out right now, because we need about 2,000, eventually ending up with 10,000, hopefully by 2027. Again, this is not an instantaneous process. We have to bring it as knowledge seekers and others and gift it back to humanity. But this is where the technology will be hidden. It starts out, this is not a cryptocurrency, this is a gaming coin at this point. You play the Enlightenment game, you earn coins, and then you can shop within the Keshe Foundation store. And that's the way it's set up. But ordering a mystery box or a mystery package, you may find some of this latest, perhaps a coin, perhaps, or a ticket to a coin, or perhaps even one of these One Nation networks. Because I heard it's quite expensive in certain countries to bring some of these things in a way, because of the duty or the tariffs. I was even hearing Claudia was telling us that it was double of the price. So for example, this is €2,000 plus the value added tax, which would be another €400. And if you have to double that, that would be $4,800. And of course, I was just thinking, Claudia, whether it would be, if you're collecting funds, and would it be better to give everyone, instead of buying a unit, because no, everyone doesn't need a unit, but you do need a coin or a wallet. So instead of buying the unit, what if they bought, let's say it was 6,000 when you come to it all, in that money? What if you bought 60 coins or wallets? Now people could start playing the game of enlightenment, earning Keshe coins, and then go back and shop in the Keshe Foundation store for a unit. It was just something I was thinking about earlier as a way to sort of you'd still have to pay that tax, but the initial price of the would be covered by the coins you've actually won by playing the game. It was just a thought. And of course, this store will grow to tens of thousands of units in the future. This is what the entire research, and here, of course, is part of the research. He said, hopefully in the next couple of months, they'll be offering this. And this is going to be, in a way, in a secret location, asking knowledge seekers not to divulge, but it seems like it'll be a type of hotel setup. But he said everything is perfectly set for this. You can go in for a year or 2 years or 5 years, as I understand it, and you'll actually live there. I was thinking earlier, how would people with children that need to go to school, maybe they'll watch the Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop for a year, or maybe they'll have some sort of other school at home or school in this research center for children if you had to move your whole family so you won't be separated for a year or two, how that would work out if you brought the children with you. But I'm sure it's being all well planned out. So this is part of the research teams, and he did say 200 to 500. And again, they're looking for people with expertise, not somebody who nano-coated a wire with fire or made a simple GANs. He's looking for people with expertise in their field, no matter what it is, and then see what you're interested in. So we have the mystery boxes offered, or the Halloween and the Christmas surprise packages. We have the One Nation Network, which is where the technology will actually be delivered or come through this network. And that was another point that I wanted to make. I don't know if is it in, no, it wasn't in 603. It was in one of the other ones. Let's just go back to the store, and I'm not thinking of, anyway, there was something else I wanted to add in here and I can't think of it. Then, of course, we have the transmutation tests, which apparently within the Keshe Foundation, the governments are trying to communicate with these objects. Apparently, there's been a communication back. The Keshe Foundation has developed technology. As he said, they will communicate through the emotions or the soul of the man, as I understand it. And of course, scientists don't understand that. But taking part in one of these transmutation tests, they're going to try the transmutation in a different way, he said. They're creating some new material. And the beauty of this October session, let's see, that's September. If we go to October, you're going to actually get, I believe there'll be 2 sessions in October. We know October has already started, but there will be 2 sessions. So in a way, you'll get 2 sessions for the price of 1. And of course, this is all to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, that it can continue to develop at such a rapid pace. And again, we haven't seen much of what's in the background of the Keshe Foundation, but I know he said they've been researching and testing for, I think in the beginning, he said they've been sharing the knowledge for 20 years. They've been researching it for 50 years. So this is all coming out, and this is part of what we'll see, I think, in the transmutation test. This is the way we'll communicate in a way, or perhaps even transmute in a different energy dimension, perhaps, and have an interaction with some of these beings. I'm not sure what's planned or what's laid out or what material is being developed, but he said you do the transmutation in a different way. And that's one of the reasons these beings are here, he said, because they're curious of how man has gained access to the knowledge of transmutation. And he said some of the knowledge seekers have transmuted. So apparently it's being spread around the universe that at least the ones in the UFO or the matter state, in a way, that the transmutation understanding has been found, and it's here on this planet at this point in time. Again, if you know how the creator travels, you would not be in a craft. Just the way if you had access to airplane, you certainly wouldn't be riding a donkey. But this is the process, and I think it'll be a beautiful interaction with this civilization. And he said it's just beyond imagination of what this group, and this is just one group using an antiquated system, even though the SWAN is a much more advanced system with the carbon-14 conversion system. But he said even with the 3I, we will be so impressed. It would be beyond even what we could imagine. Well, I can't imagine that. Well, I guess I could imagine that, but I can't imagine what's beyond my imagination. Can you? Anyone else? Anyone else would like to add anything? I know we're quite stunned by all of this sort of being whipped on us, but it's not being whipped on us. Mr. Keshe, over the last number of years, since the beginning, has actually explained most of this. This is all in the teachings. And of course, many of us, like myself, have missed more than I've understood. But I think during this process of these energies will bring a deeper enlightenment for ourselves, if that's the way you choose. Or perhaps maybe you don't choose, you're going to become enlightened, whether you like it or not. Or maybe if you don't want to get enlightened, you'll travel on a different way or through a different process. Anyone want to share? Let's go to the announcements if we can, and we will listen to what Mr. Keshe has shared with us. Just why do these things? Okay, and let's just scroll it ahead. It's about 8 or 9 minutes, so we'll just scroll ahead, and this is what Mr. Keshe has announced here. And again, week by week, he sort of updates us on what is happening in a way, in a vague way, not details. And, you know, everything in the Keshe Foundation is subject to change. So what we hear this week may be a little bit different next week, depending on how things shape up, how the governments interact, and what happens with these entities coming in. So we're certainly getting a high-level briefing on through the Knowledge Seekers Workshop in the teaching about what's actually sort of the, in a way, the ins and outs of aspects of these systems that are coming in, that are going to be interacting, and what's going to happen to us through the energy dimension. I don't think they're going to wave a magic wand in front of us or open up a whiteboard and teach the entire humanity, but I think maybe that will happen as well. But I think it's going to be enlightenment through energies, and we'll all start thinking and acting or behaving in a different way. Remember, he said we have to upgrade the, not only the man, but the beasts and the animals, and from the ant to the lion on this planet in a very, very similar time period. So this is what we're seeing is about to start happening. And of course, the whole process is to become more peaceful within oneself, and then spread that around to the family, to the neighborhood, to the city, to the community, and the rest. And it'll probably be done through energies rather than forcing people into the peace, which I don't think you can do. It calls for an enlightenment in a way, because I cannot control the way you think, I cannot control the way you speak, and I certainly can't control the way you act. That's all up to you to make that change. But this is part of this whole teaching. It's you who has to investigate and understand, and also to open that door. As he said, we're just teachers. It's you who decides when to make that change. So let's hear the announcements, and feel free to stop it, or does anyone want to add anything at this point about something that touched you, or something that you think we should all hear? Please open your mic. We all have mics. I'm glad everyone is very respectful of their mics most of the time, or pretty much all the time. But that's what they're there for, so you can share openly. You don't have to ask for one. Okay, let's hear the announcements, and then I guess we're going to cover the entire teaching today if we have time, which we should. It's just, I think we have about another hour or so before Alex comes in, or before we create this Dome of Peace, which is another one of our projects that we're all participating in. And again, it's not through the matter state we're creating the Dome of Peace, it's through the energy dimension. Although, I think some of the systems within the Keshe Foundation, again, I'm just thinking, but what he said about the research centers is there will be no matter state involvement in these research centers. Apparently, it's all going to be the cosmic ray technology, which of course, if we look at the Keshe Foundation's Mark Ray Corporation, and this is our licensing and financial arm. As you can see, Mark Ray Corp is the home of the cosmic ray technology. And we know cosmic rays are creator rays, like the C14 and probably millions and billions of other different rays, which we call creator rays, which is just the way they interact. But you have to know how to set it up. This is where we haven't fully understood, but very beautiful things in this last workshop. We finally got to see the gold that was made in the mountain, which again, we saw something different, I think, in Beijing, but it was very similar. The energy of the gold from the matter state. Here, I think in that mountain, what we saw was perhaps the matter state of the energy created from matter state energy. I'm not totally clear on that. So let's go to the announcements if we can. Let's just see here. And of course, the Mark Ray Corporation is an actual stock corporation. We're selling the knowledge of God, or it's backed by the knowledge of God. Mr. Keshe had to laugh when he said that. He said, that's just the way it's done on this planet. So we're going to take this into become one of the biggest corporations, and obviously the most technically advanced corporation. And remember, they have that designation of 9661, which is only offered to about 30 different corporations that are involved in space and space research technology. And Mark Ray Corporation is one of those companies that has the 9661. I had never heard of it, but anyway, let's go to our announcements. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Please feel free. And again, nobody's wrong, but nobody's 100% right either. Our level of knowledge is not that deep at this point. We're becoming those teachers, but we're not fully quite there yet. But of course, the instruction of the Keshe Foundation is just to share what you think you understand about this knowledge. And this is what we've been doing. Anyone? If not, let's hear the announcements. Feel free to stop it, add your comment or your thought about what's going on. Don't forget, Mr. Keshe likes to hide a lot of things, and gently, gradually, he's opening this up as he's preparing us for an interaction for the first time with some space citizens, let's say, or citizens of the universe. I don't know what they'll look like, but he thought they would have a greenish skin, but they wouldn't have a human face. But of course, that can change. Again, they're going through this process of sort of acclimating to this solar system or this environment. And I thought he was indicating about the 4243 amino acid that would be a strength of similar to ours. But again, he also said they could go inside the planet. We may not see them, or they could become a fish. So let's see what's lined up. Feel free to stop it.
Hello, everyone. We're back again at the 610th Knowledge Seekers Workshop in our second part here. And before we begin the questions, Mr. Keshe will have something he would like to say. So if you're there, please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, thank you very much.
As usual, our announcement is for what's happening around the foundation and what is about to happen and what we have. We hope in the next few minutes and what we call the manufacturing side of the Keshe Foundation will offer a symbolic, as was before, mystery packs, one for Halloween, which is about 30 days from now. The last order should be in by around about 15th, 18th of this month. And one for Christmas again is what we call the mystery packs, as usual, and which is one is subject to Halloween, one is for the New Year, Christmas.
Again, and don't be surprised if you order a mystery pack that you don't find a One Nation network in there. This is just my feeling at this point. And he's done it before with some of these other mystery things. So, and this would, of course, help offset any sort of duty or anything you'd have to pay, because you've only paid $250 or $500 for that mystery package. And if it has a $2,400 unit in it, that will be beautiful, because you'll only pay the duty on the 250, as I understand it. Does that make sense to anyone, or am I thinking about that backwards? Okay, let's continue.
And there'll be a very limited number of these. It's not a huge number. A special order has been done with a very limited number, and they try to cover it. Our position with the systems is the same. The first three, or what you call it, control units for the communication units, which you're all participating, is just completed matter of past 48 hours. We'll go for its development testing, and hopefully once completed within the next 2 to 3 weeks, then we should start seeing delivery of the units by the end of the month, hopefully, across what we call all the knowledge seekers around the world. And we start going into deliver, and we should reach the 10,000 units by 2027, latest 2026.
And these units apparently are equipped with some sort of communication on the soul level. As we know, the language of the universe, you'll never see anything written, is through the emotion. So perhaps a communication will be set up, and hopefully the governments are aware if they want to communicate. The Keshe Foundation has technology that's going to allow this process, but you have to work with it. Sometimes it's a bit subtle. I mean, I've never worked with it, but just on my own structure. Okay, I'm just, I need to, I think I'm going to bring this one over here and this one over here. That way I can stop it better. There's no drawings, I don't believe, in the announcements.
And it's how we produce the systems. Today, as usual, we are keeping a very tight observation on more or less all your knowledge, because as you are connected to the systems which we run, and we are observing how you're interacting. And next week, most probably the new system, many of you will feel different, and we will release what we call the date of the meeting of the October for a test with this new system, which is in a way partially in design works the same as what we call the 3I.
So again, it works partially in design works. This even is what we call the 3I. And if you do order a One Nation network, which we showed earlier, you will earn 2.4 Keshe coins per year. So the network, just by having it, even if you don't play the game, apparently your wallet will be credited 2.4 Keshe coins per year. So actually in the first 12 months, you could actually recoup any of the funds. He said we were playing on your greed, and this is only for the first 2,000 units, as I understand it, but that of course can change. We're trying to reach the 10,000 to make the network secure.
We have reached that level of knowledge and technology with our knowledge seekers that will test. Maybe if we can do even beginning tests next week or the week after, that you'll feel what, and you will go through an experience of the transmutation in a different way, and then we'll see how everything else takes shape in the coming time and weeks.
What is transmutation in a different way? Anyone? Maybe it's a surprise.
Please support us with as many units. We're still looking for, we have to reach the 10,000 units, and we have started speaking to the governments for allocation of these units in universities and different structures around the world. And hopefully we'll see how everything takes shape and how it'll be. There is a possibility that by end of this month or sometime early next month, if you remember in 2012, 2013, we announced the establishment of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers Group, which gathered together. We had many applications. We chose about 8, which many of you came to Italy and started the work and learning.
And this is what we see in some of the private archives where they brought these people into Italy, and they sort of ran some classes, let them see some of Mr. Keshe's work, the reactors, I think, from Iran that he had showed with lift and motion. And they started to work in the laboratory under the, in a way, supervision of Mr. Keshe. And I think this is why the research centers will be so powerful. It's just not on our kitchen table anymore. There's some sort of directed program in a way, where perhaps you'll be giving some clues about how to get certain things done. And yes, you'll have to maybe figure a few things out, but this is where the knowledge will really start to commercialize and get the governments involved in the rest of this. And you'll probably also have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that you will not disclose any of this technology. As he said so many times, we can use the technology, but understanding how it's made, unless you're matured into a certain position, it could be harmful for because we don't know the full working of it. We may use it the wrong way, but I think we'll be able to use it, maybe not make it, because as I said, and this is what he said to the artisans as well, that if you come in and you want the Keshe plasma technology to sort of work with your technology, you're going to have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that you don't disclose to the others what you've been taught or the way you're doing certain things. So this is what he said with the gas unit a few years ago. We show you what we do, remember the gas electric unit, but we don't tell you how we do it. And I think that's just reaching a level of maturity. And once the man has become more mature, not only will you have access to the knowledge, but you may be able to create some of these systems yourself, which again, I was working on the self-charging flashlight. It's just a simple 1 meter of nano-coated wire with some other technologies in, but I wasn't actually able to achieve that just with one wire, because there's something hidden in there that I don't fully understand. So even just replicating the self-charging flashlight was quite a task for me. And again, but we're not afraid of failure either. As he said, this is all part of the learning process.
It's possible that In the coming weeks, we'll announce the establishment of the Research Center for Keshe Foundation worldwide, where you as knowledge seekers come in to do the research. The same way we will announce the fee, how much it will be per person, and what field you want to be. And you spend according to that period of time in research and development in certain aspects with the world scientists which we bring in.
And of course, right now, I think unless that fee changes, if we go back to the store, it's approximately 25,000 euros. Plus, you'll have to, yeah, it's 25,000 euro plus the value added tax. And of course, now maybe this setup will be a little bit different. You'll have to provide your own lodging, food, and the rest of this. So this is not a small endeavor. This is like going to the University of the Universe in a way. But the beauty is you can bring your family with you and have an extended stay here. All right, we'll just go back. All right, let's continue.
Between you and your expertise and what we bring in around the world as scientists, we'll start a collaboration of the spreading of the research center in every aspect of the technology. We'll give you a very few window time, very short time. It could be in the world of medicine, energy, agriculture, and every other way. You live and you more or less eat in the environment of the research and development with your own teams. And this has to be done the way I understand it will be the best way by nations. You sponsor people to be in this research. And how many people we can take in? We estimate between 200 to 500 researchers will be in this research center. If our negotiation completes, we'll be living within the environment, literally accommodation within the structure of the research center.
So it does look like the governments, as they become a bit more enlightened, may sponsor some of their top scientists or others to be part. So this is, as Mr. Keshe said in the past, he only works with elite scientists normally. And so we're quite privileged as knowledge seekers to have his presence every week in this teaching that we go through. Yes.
Okay, so this is very interesting. You know, I'm from Bangladesh, as you all know, but I lived in America for a long time. And so, you know, I got admitted to one of the top schools, which was in my field at that time, the Texas Austin. And, you know, of course, I didn't have as somebody from third world country, I didn't have the money. So I got, you know, assistantship, they call it. And so that's how I got to University of Texas, Austin. And from there, at that time, when I was a student there and I was studying electrical engineering and so forth. And then I got into, at that time, the top research organization in the United States, because it was in Austin and they had a special relationship with the university, and I got hired by it. And so I was thinking about it. This was kind of like the Keshe Foundation world is a kind of like mirror of my younger days, but it's a different sign. But so if I get to, I mean, I'm very interested in doing the research, but although I'm not as young as I used to be, but I'm still kind of like, I have that level of flexibility, I think. But, you know, it's a very interesting world, but I lived as a computer science person, so to speak, although my degree was electrical engineering. But the research that we did, and I mean, we published very little, but most of it is kind of like at the borderline of like secrecy and non-secrecy. So, you know, we had the cafeteria, which was surrounded by fountains. It was a very fancy place where I used to work. And the reason they put these, fountain is so that nobody can, bug us. Anyway, there was some change in the US Constitution to have such an organization, which was a joint research between companies, like large companies. So we used to get funded by large companies to fund commercial organization. And this research institution was the third organization on internet. The three first organizations that was on internet was Intel, MIT, and this organization, which was called MCC, Microelectronic and Computer Technology Corporation. But anyway, the thing is that I did very fancy stuff, and but the interesting thing is that as I was thinking about it, it's the same situation with Keshe Foundation now. It's kind of like a fancy place, and if I get to do the research, that would be nice. But if not, well, I don't think it will be. If not, but how circumstances, because it's the same situation. I don't have the money to pay for it. But anyway, it's something will happen, I think, because this is our intention. And the reason I bring this up is something very different about is our financial system and the Keshe Foundation organization, how the financial system is changing in the planet, and how this will play a role with the Keshe Foundation organization as it exists. So I think any of us, I'm just not talking about me here, any of us who is interested in doing research should make an intention that I would be able to do it, or whoever it is. I'm encouraging everyone to let's not worry too much about money. I mean, at that time, I didn't worry about money. I just wanted to I wanted to work in that organization even before I got admitted to the universities. It was an intention that was. But I never thought I would work there. I just wanted to work there because I knew about what they were doing. So that intention came true. Like about 3-4 years later, I was a second-year student in Bangladesh, and I was reading about this organization that was forming in Austin. And I had the intention that I would love to work there. And it's the same thing. Anybody can make an intention, and can we transmute the reality to fit that condition? We can create a new.
Mosfeq, I thought you were there studying remote viewing, or was that the people in the next class, in the next building?
No, that was not remote viewing. There we did hardcore stuff like like AI, learning systems, internet. Part of the internet development was done in this organization. We actually, I was not in that group. I was in the human computer interaction and learning system group. Those are the two. Later on, I moved to the database and all this kind of, but that's later. But anyway, so this organization, the group that was involved, it was like Yahoo. Part of the Yahoo that was on internet in the early days, a big organization. Part of the Yahoo development was done where I was. So, and part in collaboration with Stanford and all that. But I worked with most of the top people in the field, and so it was very interesting that when Mr. Keshe was saying you will be working with the top people, it was just a woo at me. But anyway, the thing is that, and we have done stuff that in commercial world, and nobody knows where it came from. And I'll just give you a hint. One of the projects that I did, and the whole group was asked to come to Visa, the credit card company. But thing is that there were many research like that. The organization was not very good at, because our legal team was not because it was a very new concept. legal team was getting the benefit from some of these research that was done, commercial benefit. Actually, I formed a company towards the end of my stay there, and to create commercial research that I had some idea about. But that's another story. But the thing is that money was not managed very well in this organization. But in the early stage, there was so much money that even if it was mismanaged, things were happening. So, anyways, it doesn't exist, but the domain is, I don't know where it exists now, but MCC, the domain mcc.com at that time. And anyway, so but the way the research worked, it was secret. But I'm thinking, like, with Keshe Foundation, if we can make it public domain. Actually, interestingly, some of the researchers there, I was one of them, who were involved in some open source projects, like Linux, beginning of Linux, and actually even earlier than that. There were some things that were done in collaboration there. Actually, the guy who started the open source movement came to the organization, gave lectures, and interacted with some of the research, and then some of us got involved in it. So it was, his name is Richard Stallman. He was a guy at MIT who did not finish his degree, but he became a research fellow, and he created a program, very well-known program called Emacs. But in those days, but any case, but we had, like, people, very weird people. Some of them, like, they couldn't even talk, but they were geniuses. It was very interesting environment. I've never, imagined that I would be working there, but it was very interesting. But I think the whole idea that was there, which when some of it went into commercial world, but the whole idea of, like, making it a public domain thing, like doing it with Keshe Foundation, will transform the planet. But it won't be like secret, kind of semi-secret. It was not completely secret, but semi-secret.
I think he goes on to say, Masvek, that he's looking for experts in the field. Now,
I do have
yes.
system background, and I can build, like, this one nation system, something like that. It's easy for me. I have designed hardware, I have designed software, I can integrate software, hardware. I know enough about this. I'm not as well plugged in as I used to be, but system design is what I am an expert in, really. But this is microchip was where I started, kind of, when I was at the university, but then I went to this organization. They were not as microchip focused, they were more system focused. So anyway, but the interesting thing is that you have to think in terms of system, not just computer system. We have to think in terms of delivery. The delivery to the public domain. Let's say some of the research project in Keshe Foundation cannot be done in a commercial way. They have to be done like a project with government. One of the ones that I'm very interested in doing with Keshe Foundation is the soil recovery. The soil recovery is extremely important. The way the damage is being done, let's say in Bangladesh, or even in Italy, or even in the United States, what you call it, the fertilizers that are used, the pesticides.
What did you call it again? Sorry, my fault.
Soil recovery. It's the fertilizer. Okay. The fertilizers and the pesticides that are in our agricultural system. It's all these big pharmaceutical agro farm. They're pushing this. What is happening is that Mr. Keshe talked about it, and Keshe Foundation does have the technology to do the soil recovery, but it has to be done in a large scale. Some pilot project has been done in China, but if you want to, like, do this, because what is happening is that in Bangladesh, I'm giving you, because we have done projects in a village here, and it has helped a little bit. I know that it can benefit, but it has to be done in a much larger scale. What has to be done is that in cooperation with government or local bodies like states. In the United States, I would think like, let's say, I at the time I was in Texas, I'll give the Texas local state authorities or agricultural authorities, something like that. What has to be done is work with them to make delivery of such a thing, because you cannot do it as you have essentially, but it is a bit challenging in the sense that you have to go against these organizations that are supplying the fertilizers and the pesticides. What this is not a soil damage problem. Yes, it is damaging the topsoil and what you call it, the GMO seeds. Part of it is to sell GMO seeds. But what it's doing is that as these fertilizers and pesticides are going into the soil, it is also going into the water system, which in turn is going to the rivers. So we used to, since it's a very kind of like wetland, kind of like we have wet environment everywhere, kind of ditches and you would find fish around like rice fields and various other things. So the number of fish of various kind in these ditches are no longer there. They are slowly dying off, and the fishes are much more, they're rare, and the rivers are getting damaged. But at the same time, these toxins accumulate in these organic entities like fish, and then we eat them, or other entities eat them, and then it essentially goes into our food cycle. So it's actually a massive problem, and things are starting to diminish availability of fish. And in addition to like putting, stuff in fruits and stuff, that chemical is being done here as well. And it has happened in a very short period of time. So what has to be done is to essentially implement the soil recovery technology for anywhere in the world. We have to do it somewhere in the West. Let's say in the United States and Texas. I'll give you I'm bringing up the Texas example is that I cannot sell it to government in Bangladesh. I've tried talking to them and it doesn't work. But if we can have a Western example, kind of like that, or one of you in whichever state you are in the United States, if you are there, what we can do is that try to cooperate with local people. It has to start with, let's say, local farmers. And there is a lot of things going on in the farming community because there has been pressure from the agribusiness to consolidate and making it into a monolith kind of thing. But the farmers are kind of protesting various places. So one can work with farmers and local authorities, state level preferably, because at the federal level things are kind of like bought and sold through the Congress and whatever else that is.
California is a big farming state, so they can benefit from that. But isn't the future more of getting away from the conventional agriculture to fields? Because what you're talking about is still...
Yeah, it has to be done at a level where we can recover our system. And we have to work with, the movement has to start like the open source movement in the computer world at a local level. The local forces have to operate together. We want to keep our fields in good shape. And then it kind of puts pressure in the state level. In the United States, I think this basic
you have a
structure.
package, I'll be interested. I can push it in here in California. I know some farmers.
Yeah. So if you're interested, I lived in California for a while as well. So this is something that has to be done. And we need an example in the West for me to convince people here. Since I am kind of like both countries, I'm a US citizen as well as here. And so I can work there as well. So this is something I think is extremely important for us to set an example. And we have to work through local people. It cannot be done. It's just like open source movement. And once it's in, the whole Google works based on the Linux, which is open source. there was various commercial versions of like agribusiness of their own fiefdom, but whole thing collapsed when the open source one came because all the young students of various universities cooperated, and essentially it created the best of the breed system. So Linux became that. It is the best of all the knowledge across the planet. People from other various countries. Actually, it was done in Norway. What's the name of where is Linux from? I don't remember the country it belongs to, but he was the guy who initiated it. So we have to think in local terms, at the grassroots level. And once the grassroots takes hold, nothing can stop it. The whole computer industry works on this right now, on this infrastructure, and it was done through open source. And I can see the same thing happening with this Keshe Foundation technology. So I'm giving you the soil recovery problem because this is an urgent need across the planet. Not just I'm talking about Bangladesh. We know about the condition, Mr. Keshe talked about it, the water condition in Italy. US is not too far behind. I can guarantee you that. And so I'm just proposing an idea in terms of how we can go about making something Keshe Foundation technology penetrate the grassroots. And it has to be done at some level, and fulfill a need that we all see. So I hope I'm making some sense, but this is the same idea of how computer industry was infiltrated in a way. It was not a negative infiltration, it's a creative, constructive infiltration. So, the way the pharmaceuticals have infiltrated, it's the opposite of it, but in a creative sense, not in a destructive sense. So, I'm sure we can engage other people who are thinking along the same line as it has happened in the open source world. Although it was with the operating system, other things also came along, like the replacement of Word, LibreOffices, which people use nowadays a lot everywhere. And a replacement of, let's say, Photoshop, which is called GIMP, which was done open source. I'm giving you an example that they are not as well known, but it's there. And anybody, especially those who are in the educational institution, especially in countries which were can't afford, let's say, some of the software that are built commercially, they use it, and they're as skilled in many ways as other places because of that. And Linux actually helped the educational process as well in universities during that time. So we can actually not just do it in the level of society, but we can also create parallel effort with the younger generation at the universities, whether it's in the United States or Bangladesh or anywhere in between. It doesn't matter. It's a global problem, global situation, and we can create this kind of thing. So I see this research to be that kind of a research, but the Linux thing kind of happened. None of us were doing it when I was in the research, doing it actively, but on the side, kind of like, for example, what I did is that we used to get very expensive computers, so all of us, for doing our work. And so I told my boss, look, I will build my own computer, which will be faster than what you have, and I said I will install Linux and all that. So this is what I did so it was not part of my work, but I built the computer, I built the system essentially, and installed Linux because it had everything in it. And the computer was way faster than what all my colleagues were using. But I had to do some maintenance myself because, the system admin people said, oh, you are on your own. I was friends with them. So because we can't do all of it, you have to deal with it yourself. So, it's kind of like that. So when we kind of go off a little bit, we have to fend off a little more. And same with some of these projects that I see. Some of will be like Keshe Foundation completely Keshe Foundation owned and controlled, let's say, and some of it will be what do you call it, university collaboration type of thing. And I think it is important that we take it to the grassroots. And take it to the grassroots in the sense that people feel the need of it. It's not, this is not the only project. I have few others, but this I see to be an immediate, something of an immediate necessity. So anyway, this is my thinking.
Master, you're quite right. And I think I agree with you. Like in California, the governor as of a few weeks ago was just talking about getting involved in quantum technologies in every field. And quantum principle beams the smallest field science of all. So going in agriculture like that, yeah, it's all they'll be receptive to it. I think you're right.
Yeah, and this is a way of introducing very advanced technology at a very sort of like everyday concern of everyone nowadays, and then they can see the connection, and we can go into space flight from there, easily. But one has to start with something that people relate to. And yes, we can do, yes, I can do all sorts of things with healing. And I mean, I have done things with healing that I haven't talked about here or any of the meetings, but I can't, those are, it's a little bit on the, soul side kind of things, enhancement unit, soul side in that borderline area. But thing is that, but we have to be very real about some of these things. And although it's kind of close to food production, although we may come off food, but we are not quite there yet, but we can use that as a vehicle to start implanting this at the grassroots level, much like the Linux operating system that is now there in most of the servers, highly, what do you call it, reliable servers on internet are Linux right now. It was done by people at the university mainly, and some involvement from people like us who were in research at that time. So anyway, so this is an idea that I think we did it kind of like, sort of like, at that time it wasn't as widespread, but now that the model is working, we can, and Keshe Foundation work is open source, we can make this much larger scale and use it for the benefit of everyone. So anyway, this is a thought that I wanted to bring up with the American folks here, and I talked a little bit about my background because I'm not coming from a vacuum. That's what I'm just, I have some background in this area and some commercialization effort I've done. And anyway, but that's not as important. Yeah,
I'm interested. Let me know what you want to do. If you have some types of white paper or anything that we can put up. I have access to the mail. We could go to that, and then it's in line with what the governor has proposed. Their focus is in quantum technologies in every field.
Yeah, this is something we can do. So you are on Telegram, right?
Yes, I am.
I'll have to look. I'll just search for your name, and if you come up, or you can search for my name and you can send a message, then we can connect up. Are you in any of the groups?
Yeah, private student.
Which group? Which Telegram group you're in?
I mean, energy systems. I mean, all of them.
Okay, so you're in the American.
I'll find you. Yeah, I'll
yeah,
find
you're
you.
in the American. Okay.
Yeah, too.
If you find me, or I mean. So anyway, so if this makes sense, and if you can help, and help to kind of like stir up the grassroots, please contact me or either of us, and we will try to kind of set up something so that we can talk in the American group if you want on this topic. And I think it's not just it's not an American issue, that's the thing, but America is a good test area for doing a test bed. That's what I think.
As we understand, our wish is our command, and we support your wish with our energies, MOSFET, that you do arrive as one of the researchers.
Yeah, let's see. It's you know, wish is good, but there is a physical aspect to it here. So we have to kind of engage at the not just at the soul side, but at the physical side as well. You know, in doing transmutation, this is what I have. One of the things is that, you know, all the hindrance are coming from the physical side. So we have to work with the physical side as well. And so whether it's we are learning how to transmute or whether we are kind of like implementing something to correct the kind of soil recovery situation that I'm talking about. So there are other projects I have in mind, but I think this is the one that I could think of that is the sort of like the most readily kind of understandable by people, even if they don't know plasma technology.
Thank you, MOSFET. Any other comments? Carolyn, did you have your mic open? Did you want to say something, or was that just inadvertent?
Carolyn, is she? Are you from Brazil, or is that the Brazilian Carolyn?
From America.
Oh, because she's from America. But you know, I think Brazil is another place because there, I think in creating the grassroots would also be a possibility. I'm interested in that too because we have a lot of Brazilian Keshe Foundation people, so setting up a grassroots might be easy as well. So this is something I'm just bringing it up so that it kind of we can spread the word around a little bit, and I can engage with them as well,
And MOSFET, I have a contact with someone here in Michigan who works with water quality in the Great Lakes.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Yes. So we explore our own kind of network in a way and see how far we can go. And I'll also bring it up with some friends I have in the United States. But you know, it won't work immediately, but we have to start somewhere. That's the idea. So any of you can contact me, and we can set up something. We may set up a separate group to do it, or whatever in Telegram. Either any possible combination, whichever works well.
MOSFET?
Yes.
I just want. Can you just clarify exactly what it is? I sort of I wasn't there at the time you started this. What is it that you're focused on?
I'm focused on soil recovery. So soil recovery means that all the fertilizers and pollutants and pesticides and various other things that's going in the soil actually is going in the water. And there are a lot of evidence here in Bangladesh that have. I mean, I would talk some about it at the beginning, and it goes in the water, and then it goes into the river system, and it enters the food chain in a large scale. And once it's in the food chain, not just us human beings that are affected, everything is affected. And at every level. I mean, the bird eat the fish, and all. You can extrapolate from there in every possible direction. And this fertilizers and pesticides are being pushed by the pharmaceutical, and sometimes they are setting up the curriculums of universities. So these are things we have to kind of address, and we can correct the situation and introduce plasma technology by bringing the plasma technology version. Mr. Keshe, they have done, tests in China to do the spiral recovery, which is like at the level of 5 centimeter a year. So roughly, you would need, the estimate is that roughly you would need 3 to 5 years to do the recovery process. So, so that since the test data is there, we essentially extend from a pilot project to a larger scale project somewhere in the West or Brazil, and wherever we find wherever this idea may take root, and then this can be a model for it's essentially a selling job. It's going to be a model for selling it to other countries, not countries necessarily, but the community. I have to emphasize, we are not, government is not really what we are aiming for. It's much like the Linux operating system, which was my earlier involvement in spreading grassroots and things to the computer world is actually largely based on Linux, especially the server side, all the infrastructure side. Google itself is completely Linux, although it's a commercial company. Setting up a sort of like a infrastructure such that it penetrates everywhere. And this time we are not aiming for one corporate world. It's one nation, one plan, one race kind of idea, but making it open source. But everybody has access to the technology, but they see the result. It's a result-oriented access to the technology. And by that, we can introduce plasma technology to everybody. It's a very kind of like a relatable problem for most of us, our food system. And then we introduce plasma technology, and we can talk about anything from there to health and space travel, whatever else.
And you talk about Yes, thank you, Mosfeq, for presenting a part of your resume. Hopefully one of the governments hears that or others hear that and would like to.
No, it's not the resume. The reason I mentioned my background a little bit is that this is not this idea is not completely new. It came to my mind fresh, like nobody gave me this. It was built on some of my earlier work, which was also in the computer industry, but it applies here, and technology. I was at the forefront of technology when I was young, and so many of the things that you see now common, like some of the touch interface work, the touch-based technology that use on all the phones, were developed there. Anyway.
Yes, in conjunction with what you were saying, this is why Mr. Keshe is saying this is the reason we are promoting very rapidly these units, referring to the One Nation Network. These units deliver pure field energy of what the body needs. It's not apple, it's not orange, it's not banana anymore. It's the field energy which you need, which in it and with it produces what your body needs. Becoming sick, deficiencies, mental conditions will become a thing of the past. Don't forget that a lot of people tried to stop this process. Any other questions?
I will tell you this about this One Nation system and the feeding system that Mr. Keshe is talking about. So if we, at the time when Linux was being developed, if we told people that we are doing some development to make the computer world work better, they couldn't relate to it. But if you now translate it to my phone would work better, my website would work well, then people can relate to it. So our feeding system is kind of at that level. We are at, it's not quite my web page yet or my phone yet. People cannot relate to this advanced feeding system because they're still used to the old feeding system. So what I'm saying is that if we can address the soil recovery issue, which is the current food system, we still have to clear up clear it up because we have to clear up our water system. And once we kind of make the inroad, then we can talk about feeding system, your web page, your phone, kind of thing. People relate to it. Right now, people cannot relate to our feeding system being ethereal feeding system. Let's call it. I'm just being funny here. But
we're going to feed you without you even knowing it.
Yes. People say, good luck. That's what they say. I'll have my pie, apple pie, that kind of thing, and a hamburger. And so, anyway, so I'm not that it won't come fast, but we can also do. The other thing has to be done anyway. It creates a stronger bridge. Let's call it that, which many people can step on it, and it won't collapse. Right now, if you talk about this kind of things, most of my especially educated friends, they are kind of like, oh, what are you talking about? So anyway, so the I'm trying to get to kind of deployment kind of ideas, and this is through research. I'm not saying you cannot do it without the research, but research has many stages. There are other projects I can think of which will come later, but which piggybacks on it, and people can then, okay, yeah, this is what cleaning up our water, and along with it comes, let's say, the water purification system, things like that, and even some use of GAN's water in some way, because we also have done some small village farms which were not the pigs, we don't have pigs in this part of the world, but cows and chickens were fed and they didn't get sick. They're much more healthy. So that's also going on. This is part of the same area where we are doing the agricultural stuff in Bangladesh.
And when you don't have good water, like rivers and things around you, we have to consider the groundwater. And of course, that's major pollution in a rural area.
You went to groundwater. See, groundwater gets affected a little later in the cycle. First is the river water with this wash off from rains and things going into the river, and it's affecting the fish population in a major way. So it's the earlier stage in the rivers, nearby rivers. That's what is being noticed now. The fish population has diminished considerably here, and we are the reason we can talk about this is that because the Indian subcontinent has different areas, different emphasis on their eating style. We in Bangladesh, we are primarily fish eater, so it's very noticeable. So, and well, are the plants going to get affected later in the cycle? But we have to. The sooner we get to it, the lesser the effect is on the plants. But the fish population is definitely affected. The freshwater fish diminished considerably. I mean, especially not in the rivers, but around the cultivation areas, the various channels and stuff.
Yeah, as he said, in the future, when he was talking about the Down syndrome, we can pass the egg and the sperm through a field. I know he talked about modifying or, returning the modified seeds by just passing them through a field, cosmic ray field. And I'm sure we can set something up in various rivers and larger rivers where the water just passes through a field and starts cleaning itself up. This is the beauty of the cosmic ray technology. I think that will happen. Actually, he's drawn that, I think, in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So initially we have to do kind of not so advanced kind of and then we can move to remote satellite based, wireless type of technology. That is, but
what he was saying about the researchers will not work with the matter state. They're going to be working with the cosmic rays. No matter.
Yes. Yes. see what I'm talking about. We can do it with that field level stuff. The thing is that what I'm talking about is having tangible result that we can relate to people. And it's an immediate need, planet-wide.
Right, and as you were mentioning Italy earlier, apparently they've done quite an extensive research and showed positive results through the Keshe Foundation, but apparently the government has classified that particular report on the water.
Yes, the thing. By doing the research open source, we are getting around it. This is the idea, is to the classification process. If we can instigate people at the local level, the classification process does not matter at all. That becomes irrelevant. And this research organization, I see it to be an open source organization. Yes, not everything will be released at the beginning because people are not ready for it, but I am talking about how we can start releasing it. And soil recovery is one area. There can be others. I'm not saying this is the only one, but it's an area that's pervasive across the planet, any place, no matter, backward countries. I'm just saying it, backward countries like Bangladesh and more advanced countries like United States. The need is there, Italy and all others. So it doesn't have to just be in one place. Let's say I was talking about giving the Texas example, and I was talking about California example. We can do both, and there can be others in Brazil, and we can all do several of these, and and they all come together. So much like Linux research was done in Europe, European universities, American universities, even Asian, some of the Asian schools, and then all of it came together, and it became the most powerful system used in the computer industry nowadays. It's not talked about as much, but everybody is aware of it. My web page runs, my phone works. That's the example I would give.
Okay, thank you, Mosfeq.
I can do my shopping and all that. So you can buy your fruits, fresh fruit. In the end, the result would be you can buy your fresh fruit, you can have a fresh fish, and all that. That kind of idea. It's not polluted and all that.
All right, very good.
Anyway.
And else, we want to finish up the announcements. It's right up to the top of the hour where we're going to continue.
Okay. I have to leave because I have a class to teach.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Beautiful. Any other short comments anyone would like to make at this point? Thank you, Mosfeq.
I would like very much to liaise with you, Mosfeq. We have a huge need for, let's just say, just about everything that is fresh and clean, let's say, in food and so on.
All right, get in touch, and let's see whether we can initiate something in South Africa.
All right, we're not too from India, South Africa.
Well, maybe it will increase our need to transmit as well. So, let's see.
Sooner the better.
Sooner the better, yes.
As we've heard.
Thank you, Mosfeq.
Yes, as we heard, the fun is just begun. Okay, let's finish up the announcements and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. We haven't played the workshop. Let's see how Alex is situated. We'll get back to him in just about 5 minutes.
There's a possibility we can provide that if you come in for 1, 2, or 5 years, you will go in with your families, that you're not isolated. So if you see yourself and you want to be in a specific line of research, once we come to a final agreement, we invite you. We give you a very short time that you become part of the researchers in what we research. And this development will be over the next 12 months. It's not everything is ready tomorrow. In a way, you work with the world scientists to bring in the new technologies from a massive, impressive research center. And then we spread it. In a way, we, instead of doing researches in different parts, we bring the world scientists, the governments, and the different organizations and companies pay to be part of this research. And we give that opportunity to knowledge seekers to be part of this. Once this is all worked out within the next 2 months, we announce it, we give it time. You can, amongst you, decide. It has to be not just a knowledge seeker, it has to be an expert in that field. We just don't accept somebody who knows how to make ganses. If you are computer specialist, microchip specialist, if you are a doctor, you have to be a specialist in your job and understand the work of the what we call Keshe technology and everything else, that you become part of the structure. We just don't want knowledge seekers. We want experts who know what it means to be involved in research. We will announce this in more detail once hopefully we come to final agreement, and then you are invited for at least 1 to 2 years with your family. If you're married, you have children, all be accommodated in that structure within the what I call campus of the research center. We organize everything once we are step by step. Which section went after technology, what part, and as the sections become available, you can join it. As communities, as nations, you can sponsor people to do this. You can be observers to the whole technology. And then we open up the technology in a very direct way into public. Again, as part of this process, we use the structure of what we set up as Macro Corporation America for direct investments and other things and commercialization between the countries. Please be very, very well understood by all of us. We are not looking for knowledge seekers to come in like last time, 10 years ago, to learn. You're an expert in any field and you think you can be good in research and development of the new technology with a group of world scientists, you're welcome to participate. It will be one of the most impressive research centers around the world, as when you enter the building, is absolutely perfectly set for the new space era and everything else which goes with it. I hope we can conclude this within the next 30 days, 60 days. The place and the position will not be disclosed, and we ask knowledge seekers to keep the same. Those of you who get the, what I call the understanding to be as part of the World Research Center for the world scientists from all corners of the world, from NASA to Russian Space Agency, to the Iranian Space Agency, to plasma technologies from CERN, they all converge in this place as we are organizing it. But it has to be paid for and it has to be looked after, and it'll be the same. In a way, you sponsor a scientist to be part of, to develop and bring the ethos of what we do and what is about to come. Purely plasma, cosmic ray technology and nothing else. Step by step, in collaboration with governments and major corporations around the world, this center will be set up, and partially could be in the next few months, if we get it successful, with the corporation, you'll be part of the work with the World Space Agencies within the same place and same time. We have already started moving a couple of our leading scientists in Keshe Foundation in the position. They have already moved, are moving, and we already positioned a couple of them in a place to start. It's not something going to happen, it hasn't started, but this time it will be done very slowly, and it's part of the agreement The position, the place of the research stays confidential, even with the companies which we are negotiating at the moment to bring in. I hope when we come now to delivery of the technology on a very large scale through international organizations which we have set up, and you'll see the most of it to come up. If there are any questions, let me know and see if we might be able to answer.
Okay, so you see there's quite a bit of things going on in the background and negotiations and setting it up, but that's beautiful. You can bring your family, and this campus obviously will have classrooms for young people. If it's obviously if they're there for a year or two, they'll be missing their education. So we'll be hopefully providing a different type of education, which would be acceptable to wherever they're from. Again, it's beyond it, but I think there's a structure will be set up for the families and the children that they can be educated while the adults are learning or participating in the scientific endeavor. Any questions? Okay, it is about the top of the hour. Sorry, I was talking with my mic closed. And again, who would think that releasing of water, plasma water, would make any sort of difference? But the water is just the carrier of the fields, as I understand it. They know where to go and they know where to do, and that's what to do, and that's to bring balance. It's something we're asked to do, and releasing the GANS waters in any shape or form, whatever you'd like to release, or whatever sort of GANS water you'd like to release, I think it all works. Mr. Keshe at one point said he preferred the CO2 and the zinc about 50-50, but again, in another instance, he said you can use any sort of GANS waters you like. And if you're not sure how to make a GANS waters, or make the energy, the GANS energy of a certain energy, you can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki and look it up, or contact one of the other knowledge seekers. Again, the GANS is an acronym in a way for gas as a nanosolid. And it's a very simple process, but we never really understood. And this is between the matter state, let's say, and the plasma, but it knows, it has an intellect, and it knows how to do its work. So all we're asked to do is to release the water. And this is part of the process of elevation of the soul of this planet through, in a way, matter state. And the next step, we use our collective power of our energies or our emotions to bring the change. So it's a two-step process, one for the physicality and one for the energy dimension. So let's just hear this. We're all familiar with it.
For it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And of course, the Brazilian team has made two little backgrounds here for us, and they have a very cohesive system, I would say. Many people are participating. So the first one is the Sunday, again, at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. And of course, you can carry a spray bottle with you and just release it. These are energies. As I said, they know where to go and they know what to do, being carried by the water. You may bring it in your workplace or in your car. I have some in my windshield washer tank where you can spray it as you actually drive. And so this is the releasing of the Gans waters. The second step is the collective power of the souls. And if you'd like to join a meeting on Wednesday at 6 p.m. or every day, I think it's at 1 a.m. They call it a daily intention. And you can join in the Telegram. You can see what's listed on the bottom here. And it's about a 30-minute meeting, and it's mostly silent, but you can interact when the time is appropriate, or if you need a microphone, or you can write in the chat. And it's just a beautiful process of the knowledge seekers coming together on the soul level and bringing the change, or using your emotions to give to the souls in need, which we're focusing on the world leaders, to elevate them, that the soul picks up these energies or emotions and decides to change a dimension within the dimension of their physicality, and they become enlightened, they become peaceful and cooperative and filled with peace and kindness. This is the intention. And of course, we're exploring our energy side doing this, which in the beginning may not be so comfortable for you, because it's we're heavily weighted in the matter state, and working on the energy seems a little bit out of our reach, but it's not. As we know, we have that mother connection with all souls, which is the soul of the creator. We know the soul is built on top of and above the soul of the creator. So we have a mother connection with everything, whether it's the bug you see, the plant you see, the other person you see, or even, as we're going to come to find out, the connection with some of the members of the universal community. So feel free. It's easy to work with the plasma. Doesn't take a lot of work as through the matter state would. So these are two or meetings every day with the Brazilian team. And of course, they have much more. We encourage you to explore their websites and join their meetings just to have a taste of it and participate with the others. It looks like Alex needs another 30 minutes, maybe 25 by now. We're not going to take a moment of silence. If that's the way it pleases you to do, then you do it that way. But as we know, there's a lot of activity in the universe, and we need to practice this noisy. So your physicality is not involved. It's just the energy level. So you can be tying a piece of rope or tying your shoes or whatever you'd like to do, gardening, and you can still participate on the energy level in this process. And again, you just switch back and forth, or perhaps you can operate in both dimensions simultaneously, which we know the women are very good at multitasking. And of course, this is where the men have a lot to learn from the women. So that's the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, is simple releasing of Gans waters. And as Mr. Keshe jokingly said at one point in time, this is how you take over a planet. At least you're laying some sort of initial bricks down, and it's all connected. The cosmic ray materials, the systems that they're making, it's all working together. The universal community coming in, creating other energies, the sun touching the child, which we call Earth, but the sun also touching the 3i. Apparently there was energies delivered directly from the sun to the 3i and back again. So this has started the process within them of splitting or spinning and throwing off the hundreds of thousands of other objects. And again, I'm only just scratching the surface. My knowledge is not that deep in this whole arena, but again, I'm willing to learn more, and I know there's much, much more to learn. So the second step of the Dome of Peace is using our energy dimension. Let's just go through this with Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Sorry, I was still on the same one and I started it. Okay, here we go.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you again. Shweta, we won't take any silent time. You can do it as we're talking. Again, I don't think we need silence, but you do it the way it pleases you. But as he said, don't just do it once a week, do it all the time. The same way you could release the Gans waters anytime and any place you'd like. They know where to go, they know what to do, and they'll bring balance. So we're doing the same process, except collectively on the energy level. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, you may have that certain field that's needed. So that's why we're making a beautiful bouquet, and we're combining the fields together that it may touch. And again, it's not our position to see if they've changed, but just the point of giving them the fields that the soul may pick it up and decide to change something within their structure. But these leaders are just spokespeople, and they have their souls in need, as we understand it. So we're here to support them in a way, and also understand more about our own energy dimension, if I understand this correctly. Alex needs a little bit more time, so I thought we'd go back to the workshop and we'll hear it from the beginning. And Alex, when you're ready to come in, Randy's suggesting good time to read the X post you showed earlier, Mark. I thought we would bring that up in the Q&A with Alex. I think he's sort of studying that for a bit of time again. I haven't even read it all through, but I thought that was interesting. Creating the energy of gold out of the matter state of energy. And he talks a little bit about that. Some of the wording is rather tongue twisting, but we'll examine it a bit later. So let's go back to our 610th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, if I can locate it. And we'll start, this is not the one I was looking for, but we'll just go back to about the 13th, somewhere around 13 minutes. I think this is where Mr. Keshe comes in, somewhere around here. We'll just let it play. And there are a few drawings, so let's just listen in. Thank you. And feel free to stop it or ask any comments or ask any questions. And Alex, when you're ready, this is about a 43-minute presentation. So whenever you're ready, we'll leave wherever we stop for the knowledge seekers to go and re-listen on their own. And when you're ready, we're ready. Thank you. Yes? I thought I heard something.
Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and once again, I am host on this weekly workshop. And once again, we are honored to have Mr. Mayran T. Keshe as our main presenter, and I think he's raring to go for yet another Knowledge Seekers workshop here. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for being here with us today, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers from Keshe Foundation and Space Institute. As usual, we welcome you back. We welcome you with open arms as we follow our path of teaching. And we were taught the theory for past 20 years. We researched the theory for past more or less 55 years. Now, for the first time in the world of creation, we see the reality of it. Usually what they say in the world of science in the West to block the scientist is show me that I can steal from you. Put it in a pattern that I can steal from you. Show me and I believe it, because when you show me, then it becomes mine and I can copy it. And we've seen that happen with Microsoft. We've seen that happen with Facebook and the rest of it. How they steal the knowledge from the others and they block till they get it themselves to themselves. And so the pattern has been, show me. As we teach the universal language, universal knowledge, we show it to you. The proof of the pudding is what's in front of you, what's happening with 3I and 2R, or R2, or whatever they call him, this one. And this is the reality of life. Show me. We are showing, you don't understand. Now we explain. I put the foundation for this proof of the concept and what they don't understand and are entangled with it. Last week I opened the discussion. And this week we carry on with it, and then maybe next week, and then we go back again to what we did with we were doing with the soul and with the time. Today's discussion is very simple. Show me. Then I believe it. Going back to what we did last week, what we explained last week, was that we see on the records of what is at the moment in the world of what we call astronomy, in the world of cosmology, in the world of what we call the understanding of the work, how things are, how it came, what we've seen, what is getting reported on both of these units. And when you don't understand it, you block it. And when you don't understand it more, you come up with all fallacies. But if you go on the teaching of the Keshe Foundation for the past 20 years, even in our pattern, we have literally clarified what is about to happen, what is to happen, and what we see, how it's explained. We have to understand that the world of what we call creation has its own way of working, not the man way. Man is totally materialistic. Everything man does compares it what the matter is. Man has never understood the energy, and whenever we understood something with the energy, we've given it a different name that it doesn't come into the matter state. We call it soul because we can't understand the central energy, but we call it the sun, but we accept that sun, but we don't accept our own soul to be in our body. And everything else with this. We've seen the scientists who were ignorant, and they're not scientists, but thieves of the scientists, like Stephen Hawking, like Einstein. They have gathered something and they have put it in because they never understood it. They muddled it up, and the scientists like us, who are universal teachers, have to re-explain it, re-put it through. Going back to the older teachings, going back to what world scientists tell us, and compare it, match it with what we've been taught in all these teachings, 610 teaching here, many conferences, many presentations, many other things which we have explained by one. One of the first things we saw in this new 3I has been that they tell us that, as we said last week, traditionally, when we get an object passing through, we get a steam, or what we call space dust behind it. We get the same thing in a jumbo jet. But what they tell us, the scientists today, is that this thing has the thing in front of it, not in the back of it, and the light moves in front.
So this is the 3I, I believe he's referring to here.
Now, we always said that's how it is. This confirmed this is a spaceship. This confirmed that is the extension to the knowledge of the plasma, not matter state. In the matter state, you take the energy in as air or whatever, you process it, and you pass it through, and you create what we call displacement of material, air, or whatever. Or you create a momentum that you push yourself through, as we do now with satellites corrections, or with what we send to the space, to Mars and the rest. It's the same principle. But in the world of plasma, we create a field, we create a dimension in the process of the whole thing that we go in front of. This has a lot of advantages, and the biggest advantage for the scientist, if you understand it, gives you that elusive shielding. But one thing which we have not discussed, as knowledge seekers haven't got the knowledge, if you have a spaceship in here, you move into, but you have to create direction of motion. Ahead of this thing is Sun. You have other satellites, Mars, Jupiter, Earth, and the rest. And this system, by law of plasma, has to create a field interaction with these points. In a way, it has to tune into their magnetic gravitational field that it can get attracted into them or by them. We saw an anomaly in the whole process in the past few weeks, which the scientists don't understand. But the American government, Chinese are totally silent about this because it has put a scare up their backside. If, as knowledge seekers, understand what is going on, Americans have put a total blanket blackout in news in what it is, but the information coming, the data coming internally and externally from NASA, Pentagon, and other forces, other scientific channels, confirms everything which we know, we've been teaching. One of these anomalies, which is scaring especially the Americans, is that we had a pre-interaction with the system with satellites. Number of satellites were locked out because of a massive interaction, corona lighting up of magnetic fields between 3I and the Sun. 3I produces magnetic fields on the gravitational field strength of the Sun to get pulled into it with what we call meteorites or asteroids. They work different way. They have an inertia, and the mass of inertia pushes them through to go through different directions with a slingshot effect. This system is not working that way. This system actually produces gravitational magnetic field of the sun, that it gets pulled by it into it, has two characteristics. First of all, it creates a dimension of nickel 56, which is near to the what we call iron 56, which is the gravitational magnetic field of this planet, the solar system. And at the same time, because it sends the fields through the system, it creates very much like a lightning. As we said, lightning does not start from the clouds. Lightning starts from the earth, sending the charge up, getting a charge to, and then you get it connected, the lightning back to it. So the unit 3i created, once it got into the solar system, a gravitational magnetic field connection to the sun, because it looks for the pull. In doing so, it got fed back, the same as the lightning feeds back to the point, to itself. It got recharged. And this was deliberate. It wasn't an accident. If you're a space scientist like us, if you're the teacher of the universal community, understand how it works, we explained it in the matter state with the lightning, this entity, 3i, has entered the what we call gravitational magnetic field hemisphere of the sun, the solar system. Now it's in a womb. It needs to grow. The scientists give you information. Very original data came, told us this thing has the characteristic of life. It's got amino acid structure in it. As I said, so it can create life. And in that amino acid structure, what they call it, it's actually gravitational magnetic field of the lower strength of the amino acids, around about 43, 42. It allowed it to grow. It's like the way we grow in the womb of the mother. We divide. Once the cell reaches that point, it divides. So when the energy came back from the sun into it, what did it do? It, for some minutes, it went into the spin and it started dividing. It gave birth to subsatellites of the same. And each subsatellite is divided into subsatellites. It's like creating a new creature. It's the way we grow in the womb of the mother. So what the space agency don't tell us, which is now banned from the what we call media, is this thing, 3i, is not one piece anymore. 3i, at this moment of time, has divided into hundreds of thousands, all producing light capacity, because they're all again interacting, our cells, they interact with the magnetic field of the sun, they shine. Some of them, they say, is a strength of 20 Hiroshima bomb. Some of these cells dividing is so rapid that what we see, the actual 3i is clustered by itself children. What does this mean? Means biologically, this thing is dividing by itself, creating satellites, what you call UFOs, whatever you call, but it's keeping its condition. It's a life system. It has attraction towards Earth, that's for sure. Because of the magnetic gravitational field which it creates, Earth will interact with it, will apply to it. So we are not only seeing a UFO, we are seeing a new direction of division of the cells in a plasmatic condition. And all we see on the satellite, especially the one in South America and the Australian ones, are reporting huge lights around dots that are just growing. It originally started with 3, became 9, and then became multiple of.
So has anybody been following this on YouTube? I thought we heard that they had blocked these other satellites that have been created out of it. They're calling them lights. I'm just wondering if they're in the process of creation, and by the time they get to the back of the sun and interact with the swan, apparently something else is going to happen. So that are they in a way forming themselves now, but not complete yet until they hook up with the swan? Anyone? Has anyone been looking on YouTube that they'd like to share? I thought he said these lights or these other ones that are following behind are sort of hidden. Okay.
Up to now, we know runs into thousands. How much more is there? But these things are moving. Their target is Earth. Their target is Mars. Their target is Moon. At this moment of time, we do not know. But the world of science now has to understand that these lights which are appearing around, because the scientists never understood that minutes which was silence, there was no sign of the what we call 3I in the sky suddenly disappeared from the radar, was the time when he received energy from the sun. They thought something which they couldn't find out what it was hit by something. It wasn't hit by something, it wasn't destroyed. It actually received the energy from the sun. And actually at this moment of time is receiving energy from center of the earth. It's connected to us. We know this. Our satellites, some of them are reporting anomalies, but the American naval forces are confirming there is a frequency which is going from the waters, from the naval bases into the space, the direction of 3I. There is a communication, there is a field connection between the center of the Earth, gravitational magnetic field, and these systems. We know that the data has been collected heavily by American military and the space stations. Americans moved certain systems in a position to confirm. So we are heading in for an interaction. We are heading in with not anomalies that they see now, they don't understand, but with the plasma technology, we understand how it's done, how it's taking shape. And we are, for the first time at our generation, this cycle of life, coming again in touch with the passage of the universe. The process targeting solar system has been there. The objective of 3I has been target of this solar system, where life can exist, where with it can create its own life. It creates a condition of the amino acid, combination of generation of the cells. That what do we see? We are dealing with a living structure which is dividing into cells the way we do in the womb of the mother. How much it will grow, to what extent will it go, how they will change, will come back to us. When we listen to the data coming in from the space centers, people who are observing this, they said it had a fixed shape. When they actually followed this, it had a fixed shape. And they were happy with the shape because they can follow it. But when the division came, it went into the spin. And with all these little satellites from it, the little spin is and could be that it will change shape to the spherical shape, what we see with UFOs. Or it will take the shape of a human. Very possible. That spin is preset to be, is not an accident which is put in. So we've seen the lights, we've seen the division, we've seen the light ahead of it, which shows it's an object which is targeted the atmospheric of this planet, this solar system for life. It's like we can put a sperm and egg of a donkey in a cat, it will not grow. We can put a sperm and egg of a man, human, into another person, and it grows. Surrogacy. because they feel the environment of the womb of the woman or in a test tube which replicates that is good for life of man in that womb. This system has found its match with the energy within the structure of the solar system. It has found a womb to grow. It has found a womb that it can confirm its existence, division, and life. Military forces have no say because this is not a hostile situation. Behavior of a man of killing can bring that situation up. But the recommendation of what we advise the nations is to hold back. Let's see what's the next step. Let's see what is the interaction. Is it going to be an interaction? Or would the systems, these structures, prefer to become another fish? They prefer to the life on the Mars, not necessarily on this planet. They suit the environment of this solar system. Does not mean they suit the life on this planet, on Earth. So they have put tentacles out, as we've seen, to all the satellite positions, Mars, Jupiter, and everything else, to see what suits to deliver, to start a new life. These are those who most probably left. They lost their planet to one interaction or other, or they are part of the planet which they go on excursions for hundreds of thousands of millions of years, and to them is a few seconds in our lives, in their turn. And the most strangest thing is that we have seen R2. R2 or 2R, it's not an anomaly. It is the sign of growth, the sign of life, which we have to watch. What does this mean? I explain in a very simple way. In a very, very simple way. We know about, I'm trying to move you out that I can see. We know in the world of creation about the egg and the sperm, where we need an egg and we need a sperm. The interaction of the two in the right condition of environment leads to life, what we call human life. We see it everywhere else. There is a possibility, very high chance, that R2, and it's not coincidental they come together, could be like the egg, and 3I is the sperm. They have to meet in the environment of the solar system, is the womb which has the right condition for life. This is what I keep on saying. Earth is a greenhouse for a new life, new cycle of life for universe to start. The two interactions are not coincidental, preset. The love of creator, new generation. And because of the earth, the soul we have created, we will affect these, whatever to be born out of. The daughter of Mitra has a direct influence on this structure. So when we see a massive, what we call 2R or R2, what we call the swan, and the 3I, is the interaction, just passing each other, creating the field in the womb of the structure of the solar system. We have to start observing a new life. Change of life on this planet, possible. Creation of new condition of life within the space gap of the, what we call the solar system, is another possibility. But what we see by the division of the 3I, this confirms that they're ready to, in a way, create a massive population in the solar system. That's for sure.
So this is all relatively new to me, to create a massive population in the solar system. So the guests are moving in with their family, and it sounds like it's quite large. But again, we don't know if we'll see them on Earth as an entity. We'll see them take up another position. They're sort of testing where they're going to feel the most comfortable and develop from there. Anyone else? Again, it's hard to explain as I'm not even fully understanding this whole process, but certainly more than, let's say, 2 weeks ago. Any thoughts or comments? Otherwise, we continue it.
Are you able to hear me, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like, as he said, the womb is the solar system. So in a way, when something is ready, there's all sorts of little sperms now, then the R2 will release an egg when they're in a position. And I don't know exactly how that would happen, but it would be, I guess, the male would be, sperm would be magnetical, and the egg would be gravitational in a way. So when they match, then there will be a being and in existence. And there will be many, many, many coming from R2. Just like there's so many of the sperms coming from 3I. At least that's what I see. And it makes a lot of sense that the lights are created just exactly like the light on the earth. The friction from the sun and the four different sets, the magnetical, gravitational, and gravitational from one and gravitational from the other. And the four sets of what happens produces what they will use for their amino acids. Very, very, very interesting how this is going to turn out. Lots and lots of different things will occur because it's just like Earth. We have fish in the ocean. We have probably many things in the volcanoes that we can't actually see at the moment. And in our atmosphere, we have also beings. So there's so many possibilities. This is very interesting. Thanks for that.
Yes, when they get to the back of the sun, apparently there could be an interaction with a light so great, as we see when the sperm and the egg comes together, a light so great that it'll even surpass the light of the sun. So, and this is part of it. They may stop or they may not stop. I think Mr. Keshe explained last time, they may exchange crew, or it's almost like he said an aircraft carrier meeting up with a smaller ship, and there'll be an exchange of personnel or information, but there's something beautiful happening here. This is exactly what we see in the small with the sperm and the egg. So what we see in the smaller, we see in the universe as well. But it's never been explained this way. Go ahead, Ike.
3I has already replicates those little lights and dots. It's all part of the creation. So in a sense, that there's creation going on already.
For sure. Anyone else want to make any comments about this? Again, he said he'll explain it in a very simple way, and I think this is a simple way. We're just starting to understand how these entities move, and I guess they found a comfortable position in this solar system, or perhaps it was slated to be this way, as they're part of perhaps the elevation of the soul of the man as well.
And in addition, they could take the form of human, or they could not.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be in a different form, but still have the same connection. So it's up to, I think it's up to them what they mean, what they will do. But for now, I think 3I has gone through Mars. There's some data, there's some connection. The Voyager that has been over there, it's now communicating. It's been dormant for years. This all of a sudden it's communicating, and they're getting some signals on it. So these are things that are going on. But eventually, once they start reading the data, they might come up with what they know on it.
I'm sure the space agencies are, again, wondering how are they going to convey this, or how are they going to explain this, or maybe they'll just ignore it for a while. That seems to be the practice, as he said, with the governments. They're blind to it, they're scared of it, so they just sort of close their eyes.
It's different this time around because there's a lot of amateur astronomers and all that. Everybody is picking up their own data and then they're bringing it together. It's like open source. So some of them do have some sophisticated instruments to pick these things up, and that's how they were able to pick it up in different places. And then they go back and say, okay, somebody in Chile actually found it first. Somebody in South Africa. I believe the South Africa one is the one that, because it's dark over there, the dark skies, he was able to picture and see the green color. So it's interesting.
Very. I mean, we're in for finally meeting our larger family, our larger structure. This is the first sort of entree into this. Let's see how we handle it.
Penetrate as many little satellites with one egg energy, you create numerous life in the solar system. It's like what we call surrogacy of the solar system for a new kind of life in this universe. This is why the life on this planet will change. For sure will change. They do not need necessarily to live on Earth, but the energy and the children they produce, fertilized eggs which they produce, landing possibility of connecting to any planet, any moon in the solar system. We are not seeing a hostile invasion. We are seeing creation of new life. The biggest question is, would Earth will become another point? Is the human race, or did the human race originally came to this planet the same way? Would these new energies find Earth or layers of the structure of the material on this planet as an energy level suiting them? There is a possibility, because of the way they came in, the way this, what we call infiltration is possible, they live at the energy level which is somewhere in the center of this planet. Moon, Mars, and everything else. We might not see life physically on Earth, but these will become like the parasites which they go inside and colonize inside. They will land in the oceans, they will land in the planet. We might see them, because we've seen this before, into volcanic eruption areas that they can go directly into the center to get energy. This is a very high possibility, because what we saw originally, the whole division of the 3I came when it took energy from the sun. That minutes of disappearing from the radar of 3I is actually where it connected, downloaded the energy. The scientists to say they don't know, they can't see anything. Go into the literature which is available. They do not understand. They were monitoring it. It's the most observed object in the space, and something hit it. And then it disappeared for a time, and then it appeared again. They do not understand. Nothing hit it. It actually downloaded energy from the sun, because at that time we saw a huge increase in the sun surface of what we call activities. And the direction of what we call magnetic fields, which was released, is the direction of 3i, directly delivered. That gave it the energy that it could now divide. After that, we saw the scientists to say that it exploded into pieces. No, it needed that energy. It locked in to receive it, to get life. And then we see the division of. It needed that to be able to come into the womb of the mother, arriving of the R2 or the swan, that the energy transfer between the two leads to nourishment, creation of completion of the life. It's like what we see a salmon going up the river, the female lay the eggs, and the male comes and spread it, and then the children are born. It's the same story. But now Earth, now this solar system is the upriver where the eggs are laid. We will see new life.
So he says that so that means the 3i came from the 2r. That's what he says there.
Do you want me to bring up the transcript? I thought he said the life wasn't complete yet until it interacts with the swan.
It got fertilized from the swarm. So at some maybe before they could have, the swarm was the first they observed, but it was so big, and then all of a sudden they have the 3i. But Mr. Keshe is saying that it came from the 2r, the swarm.
Yeah, I don't recall that. I thought he said they're from different. He was wondering why these two different civilizations are sort of getting together here. This is what puzzled him. Why are they meeting up like this? But anyone else? You think it's the 3i came out of the 2r or the swan?
Yeah, go back to, he said it a few minutes ago. Go back to.
Okay, we're about at 42, I think, on the video. Again, there's a lot of souls involved in this. The sun, the soul of the earth, the other connections on Jupiter, the moon, Mars. So there's a lot of interactions going on. Amazing how the sun knew to send a certain energy that this thing could start this process of spinning and releasing these things. So
I think Alex is ready though.
Okay. All right, Alex is back. All right, maybe you can bring that up in the Q&A, Ike. Alex, you are ready? We'll just leave this for now. Again, a lot more to study and then a lot more to come forward, I think. As Mr. Keshe said, he'll spend another couple of weeks on this topic. But let's go back to Alex. We welcome you, and if you're ready, please take the screen and begin. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for very much for leading the pack here and for accommodating. I've been multitasking, and it's worked out fabulously well. So let's get into the business end of it, please. And here we go.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. A very important meeting with the Keshe American Knowledge Team. As was discussed earlier on today, we were trying to rationalize the plasma science with the practical science, and we're trying to incorporate that in our understanding how it affects us on a practical basis. And we talked about establishing the momentum from the grassroots level, because there's a lot more of us than there are of them, and we are wondering why we don't have heaven on earth. Well, we are starting to wake up to that reality. So this is all part of the teaching and our efforts to see if we can get things moving. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So basic GANs tech is the main subject. The topic today is GANs affinity. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is October the 5th of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As we've tried to condense all the series that they've in their own way have kind of accumulated, and so we are trying to move ahead and not leave anybody behind. But you know, we're only making about a 14% penetration at this point in time, and everybody needs to wake up, and everybody needs to understand that we are on a mission. And that mission is not something that is man-made. It is God-made, and as such, the basic GANs is something that we have to understand. So we understood how it is like a popcorn GANs, and it's polyatomic, and there's a direction of flow that comes. And last week we talked about the epitome and the GANs affinity. Today we want to understand, what do we mean exactly by that? Because we have been fortunate to have the books from Aaron Tavikoli Keshe, like in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. So this matter that came together had a momentum, had an impetus, and it came from somewhere. And it brought together 3 energy states: the matter state, dark matter state, and antimatter state. And when we say it brought it together, well, where did it come from? So in book number 2, we had the structure of the light, which says you come from one matter and go to another matter. And which direction do you go? And so there is a direction of flow that accompanies this. So we have a structure that is capable not only of directing us, but of carrying us. And it is in this carrying that we see as outlined in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. So we see with the fundamental, basic taking of one field, splitting up into two fields. And so the most important field for us, of course, is man's universe. And we now understand that there is a sister universe. And the only reason we understand that is because of the way the neutron works. And within that neutron is our little tiny perfect world, and we call that Earth. And so the Earth comprises just one little dot within man's universe. So clearly, when we are preoccupied with our physical existence, we are working with the smallest scheme, and we need to enlarge our schemes to understand that we are part of the universe. You cannot extricate yourself from the universe. And we've been trying to, with Rick Kremen and the members of the Universal Council, bringing forward for 398 weeks the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, so that we understand that we are one race of humanity, and humanity has compassion for humanity. And we find that in many cases, humanity doesn't have compassion for humanity. And it's confounding to us because we all believe in the power of the family. And the family has this connection. It's in scientific terms, it's a covalent bond. So how is it possible to have this family connection, and yet we see brother against brother, sister against sister, the breakup of the families, and all the other melees that goes around on this planet? And is this, is this the kind of heaven that we are seeking, or how was this created? And it's our failure to understand the basic plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. We live in our society where the higher strength eats the weaker strength, or the higher strength conquers the weaker strength. And either way, there's always a conflict point because it involves two fields of energy, and that becomes a binding zone. So there's no getting around it. When you look at the cops and robbers, the cops depend on the robbers, and the robbers depend on the cops, and that's how the two work together. So that becomes a binding zone, and it creates a manifestation. And in that manifestation, it has to have a density, a greater density than what it was. And that density is a product of inertia, which is the coming together of two fields. And so in that density creation, manifestation takes over. So the question is, what exactly is the inertia density manifestation process? And at what point are we talking about this manifestation? And since we're talking about the GANS tech, we have to understand that, as we said before, with the family unit, we're looking at some kind of energy binding. And more importantly, there's a self-serving energy binding. You are at that dimension point, and no one cares for you more than you do. No one. And you can abdicate that responsibility, and you will be disappointed because the result will always be against you, because that's what we are conditioning our society to be: energy binding, self-serving at the expense of others. And yet when you realize that the others need that energy binding as well. So we forget how we created our energy binding point, our inertia density manifestation, when we were born. And so we kind of relegate that to the pile of I don't know pile, and we go through life la-di-da, and we kind of accept things the way they are. But in conclusion, we find that we have a deficiency, and we don't question that deficiency because we've grown accustomed to it. So if we find that by being self-serving, we prosper, and it's at the expense of others, the others see that and they want to mimic that. And they say, well, if it's good for you, it should be good for me. So either they're going to conflict with you, shall we say, creating a war, or they're just going to pass it on, domino style. Say, well, you steal from me, I'll steal from the other guy. And then we go on and we rob, cheat, and steal, and in fact, murder. And the question then becomes is how is it possible for a man who caresses his child to pick up a gun and kill someone else's child with the same hand? How do you make that decision? And why would you make that decision if you're part of the humanity family? It just doesn't make any sense. So when we understand energy and energy flow, we understand basically the concept of terracing, where we're connected by gravity. And this is kind of important because it implies a falling gradient. And so we patterned our lives with this falling notion. And as we say, we're falling into angular density. And that falling causes an increase in density and an increase in pressure and an increase, of course, in gravity. And so all in all, it's an increased dependence on Earth space feeding, right? And there's this pressure. It's an internal pressure. It's like a popcorn pressure of the Gans tensity. That is to say, the Gans is the holder of all the energy, but that energy is conserved. So the angular momentum is also conserved. And so we're only seeing half the picture. And so we call ourselves the fallen angels. We might as well call ourselves the fallen Gans bags because that's what we are. We are bags of Gans within our skin. And that's what we're talking about, the Gans, because the Gans has something else that we are not taking into account. We are at that memory threshold, that tipping point that defines the difference between long-term memory and the freedom that connects you to this memory. So there's a lifelong memory from the time you were born to your present. There's also a historical memory. That memory is, of course, written in books and taught. And then there's an ancestral memory. That memory is actually handed down from generation to generation. But there's a universal memory which is ingrained in our RNA. And this is how we have to understand the new science. And the connection to that is the Gans. And that Gans is very deficient on our planet because of our self-serving needs. So what we're looking with the universal body enhancement units is to provide vitality enhancement. That is to say, we are conditioned to being old and decrepit, but in the process, we're also saying young and decrepit. So we find that those words don't necessarily have to be in the same sentence. Decrepit is decrepit, where we have a deficiency in our emotional vitality and our physical vitality. Age is a different construct altogether and really has no bearing on whether or not there is a vitality or not. And so that affects our viewpoint. And of course, that affects our emotion. And our emotion affects our physicality. So now we're starting to put the whole thing together. So we're looking at the 10 Commandments, which tell us how to live. Well, this is very handy because, when we were babies, we were too stupid to know how to live, but we were smart enough to know how to be born. So we kind of accept that and we say, okay, well, thanks for the 10 Commandments. And now we find that there were another 14 missing commandments. And I'm not going to say that this is one of my favorites, but it sure is at the root of all the problems. Thou shalt not lie. And why not? Because if you're lying, you are deceiving. And why are you deceiving? Why can't you be truthful? And why do we need a commandment to tell you that thou shalt not lie? Why is it not automatic? You should tell the truth. but there are reasons, and we work on that. And that business we call poker. So we love to play poker, and we love to have friends in the poker game. But when you look at the poker game, the reality is that everyone at the table is a liar, and everyone has an interest in self-serving needs, and that self-serving needs is to take your money. And they don't want to just take your money, but they want to take the next guy's money and the next guy's. They want to take all the money. And so at the end of the day, there is a winner, shall we say, and it's measured financially. And then there are losers, and that also is measured financially. And of course, when we're talking about poker stars, well, winner takes all. Isn't that the name of the game? So each of us has, a pot that we bring to the table. And through the process of playing that game, some have more and some have less. And so, we call them poker chips. And then, of course, we have to deal them cards, right? Because that's really how we decide about poker. And of course, we see all the cards face up, but in reality, some of the cards are hidden. And so in that process, we kind of have to be deceitful. We have to be good liars. And we want to be good liars because a good liar will convince the others that they need to jump in with their money, or we need to convince others to drop out because we are all powerful, and that's called bluffing. And so you see the various hands, and of course, if we understand that everyone at the game is a liar, and how can you be friends with a liar? Every time you ask them a question, you have to assume that they're lying, because how can you tell the difference? And this is the problem. So in poker, you have to place your bets. Okay, so let's put the money in the table, and I think I have a stronger hand than you, and there are rules. Yeah, there are rules. And of course, we don't want to break those rules. And so last week we talked about the epitome of love, which is a perfect example of the embodiment of love. This represents the highest and most ideal form of it. And so it's often characterized by deep affection, selfless care, and often involves sacrifice or an ultimate expression of devotion, as seen in various different cultures. So, from the unconditional love of God to the self-sacrificing love of a parent. Quite different from that of a poker game, because in a poker game, we're talking about loosh harvesting, that single-minded intention, which actually becomes a hive mind intention, and that actually creates a Gans intention all in its own, which is the collective Gans of all the single individuals. So the loosh is the energy of your vitality, and that is your honey, and your honey is very desirable and everybody wants it. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to steal your honey. And we can do that on the transmission highway. But there is a transition highway and a transmutation highway, and we see the connection with the organic compound carbon. On the lowest energy level, we see the physicality of the carbon-12, but then we see the isotope of carbon-14 and the isotope of carbon-16, and each one represents an energy level that is higher. And we're not saying how much higher, we're just showing a relationship. And that's what we used to discuss the cups of life. We introduced the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, and then we created GANS. And that was the emotional strength of the polyatomic science, which represented our inner space. And in that, we had the strength of emotion and the strength of physicality. And we were able to, through this radiance manifestation, create all sorts of ganses. And most important to us was the copper, the zinc, the carbon dioxide, and the calcium. And then, of course, interestingly enough, the water GANs and the amino acid GANs. And now there's a lot of excitement because we've been able to create a gold GANs as well. But we haven't stopped right there. What we are at is understanding the cup relationships. There's a magnetical gravitational relationship within each and every cup. And there is a soul radiance that resides in the center of the cup. And when you take the emotional cup, the physical cup, and the soul cup together, you create an overall magnetical field and a gravitational core. And that needs to be established in a place. We chose Earth, so we have the cup of the Earth. That interaction is another inertia field. So our relationship with the Earth space is the inertia cup, and so we now have 5 cups representing the magnetical gravitational relationship with the solar radiance. Then add to it a second phenomenon. We have the brain, where we have the 2 hemispheres, which represent the one-track cup of the universe in our heads, where we see the copper and the zinc GANs representing the physical GANs and the emotional GANs, and that carbon connection. And so we have these 3 fields coming together, and they are always active, and they don't dissipate, they don't disappear, they're continuous, but they manifest into a physicality. So it isn't just 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. It's more than 3 because we have the cup of the universe and we have the 5 cups of the cup of the soul. And so we see this matter plasma dimension in our GANs, and the GANs is physical, and we can touch it and we can see it. But there's a plasmatic aspect to it which we cannot see and cannot touch. Because of the nearness and proximity of the two, they are part of the matter plasma dimension. And that is as far as we've gone in terms of our practical physical knowledge. And man is therefore feedback dominant. But the GANS is part of the feeding system. And that part is not visible. And in fact, that part is not really part of the matter plasma dimension. So where we were in the nanotech is we've seen that we were taking the nanocoating of a copper wire and creating a carbon nanocrystal, and that we were able to align that field and have a relationship established between the magnetical outer surface and the gravitational inertia point in the core. And then from there, we understand that all the bringing together of these fields is part of the conservation of inertia. That is the essence of inertia, is the bringing together of these fields. And so we have different MAGRAV energy transfer states, MAGRAV being the magnetical gravitational convergence, and also the susceptibility of changing from one MAGRAV state to another. And we can stay on the same energy state, let's say on the GAN state to another GAN state, or we can transcend from the GAN state to the atomic state. And we know that because we were doing the nano state to create the nanocoating, and from the nanocoating we created the GANs, which actually manifested itself as a GANs popcorn. But there was another intermediate state which was kind of so small we didn't have the technology to really see it properly, and that has since been developed, and we noticed the pico popcorn and the pico coating, but the pico is part of the nano coating. So with the nano coating being monatomic, which is basically spherical, the pico popcorn clearly has spikes, and clearly it is sitting between the nanoparticles. In other words, the pico popcorn is sitting in the nano gaps, and the pico popcorn has the same kind of structure as the GANs itself. But the difference is the GANS is popped out, whereas the pico is extremely condensed. So by doing that, we see that the pico is highly, highly gravitational, and the GANS is highly, highly magnetical. And so these magnetical charges are related in a perpendicular direction, and they have a negative charge, where negative is the giver. And obviously, there has to be, through the conservation of inertia, a balancing field force, and that is the positive charge, which is the gravitational core. So there's gas in the center. That is why it's a GANS explosion. So that's what GANS is gas as a nanosolid. So it's still tiny, but it is a much more powerful, because it's not just one point, one nanopoint, but it, excuse me, it has the attributes of a picopoint with many spikes in the star formation. So these molecular bonds that we understand, excuse me one moment, please. The molecular bonds create a communication link, and it's not physical. And so it becomes a covalent bond between two masses. And so what we have to realize is that one mass is a maggrav, which is the bringing together of the magnetical gravitational field, and the other mass would be a gravitational magnetical connection, and no two masses are the same. And so in that relationship, one would be smaller and one would be larger. So the smaller one would be magnetical and the larger one would be gravitational. And that creates another maggrav. So we have the convergence of two maggrav fields and the creation of an inertia field, which is another maggrav field. So we understand how, with the difference, when we had the copper wire, the copper was linked atomically, and it was like a chain. But the nanocoating was linked polyatomically because it was not chained, it was unchained. And the GANS is also linked polyatomically because the GANS itself is always involving two or more elements in the bonding. And so it is still unchained. And this is what we have to understand, how that energy transfer is done. So when we look at the fundamental hydrogen and we say, okay, well, it always comes in pairs. It's not the only one. But what's interesting about the hydrogen is that hydrogen is not just hydrogen. It has a covalent bond, but it also has two different characteristics by flipping the poles. And so in one instance where the poles are alike, that is orthohydrogen, and when the poles are flipped and they're opposite, that's parahydrogen. And they actually have different characteristics. But the hydrogen itself is common not only to the source, but it's also part of the field connection of the carbon-14, which of course is part of the universal connection of the carbon-60. And guess what? There's more. There's the unicos beyond and the creator beyond. And this connection continues. And so that is the process of the path of learning that we need to follow. And in our understanding of the polyatomic GANs, what we have to understand that in these GANSs, we were able to create, as we said, the CO2 GANs and the zinc GANs and the copper GANs. And basically, the GANs is floating in a sea of water. And this is very important because we started to understand that there were certain characteristics of the GANs as it was sitting in the water. And so in order to understand movement and the direction of flow, we have to understand charge. So the charge is always positive. It's the direction of the flow that identifies the important aspect of the charge. So we're looking at the polar energy, which is the magnetical emission. and we're looking at the polar absorption on the south pole, which is the gravitational absorption. So in between, there is a motion. There's two. One is an emission from the pole, and the other is the rotation around the pole. And there's a change in speed, there's a change in strength, and of course, there's a change in direction. And so there's a constant flip-flopping from the magnetical to the gravitational. It is this flip-flopping which is facilitating the giving and taking of energy in sequence. So in terms of our self-serving needs, we are robbing, cheating, lying, and stealing from others, and it's always being directed towards us. Whereas in the plasma science, there's the giving and the taking, and the giving is directed away from us, and the taking is directed towards us. And so this is a different way of understanding charges in motion. And we have to understand this because the Earth understands it somehow and is able to produce all of these minerals that are part of the periodic table of elements. And we have been able to produce ganses of all of these elements. And as you can see, they come in different colors and different densities, and they have different characteristics. So, and they also have different masses. And we have practical application of this demonstrated in Beyond the Beijing Conference, which was on May the 10th, where we were able to take the ganses, put them in a rotating field, put a relationship with other ganses, and actually create gold. And following that, we've been able to create gold in its physicality, and we've been able to do that in a large scale. And so we don't have to dig for gold anymore, but understand that men were not the only gold diggers. And so this is a kind of a universal concept in terms of our self-serving needs, and that is reflected in our star core component. We have a magnetical gravitational orientation, and in that process we have a gradient charge. That is the distance and the steepness between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and it implies a direction. So the gravitational is giving to the magnetical, and the magnetical is giving from there. You have to have it to give it. And so once you give it, then how do you get it back? Well, you have to have the gravitational taking it. So that has to take it from another gradient charge. And so we have two star core gradients. And because they're not the same, one would be magnetical as a gradient charge, and one would be gravitational as a gradient charge. So each one individually has a magnetical gravitational orientation, and collectively the two create an inertia maggrav with a magnetical gravitational orientation. And this is true of the GANs as well. And so when these things come together and you say, well, they're like popcorn and they have spikes, well, how do we get this polarity to rationalize when we have 2 points of view and they're coming together? So the answer is there has to be some kind of rationalization of the magnetical gradient charge with the gravitational gradient charge. And so we have this Gans inertia point, which makes it more gravitational. And it's another point of view, and that is within the star formation. So now we have established a gravitational gradient charge, and we do a comparative analysis by bringing together these binding points. And because they're more dense, we find that there's a gravitational falling binding point. And it just becomes an arbitrary view at that binding point because we have to understand that there are loose ends and there are always more, two or more apparent terminal ends. But, you know, where exactly do they go? And where do they come from? So when we look at these inertia points, they make a decision based on something, and that is that manifestation point of view, and it revolves around a particular turning point, and that becomes the gravitational inertia point of these 2 points of view. In other words, that is the star core inertia point. And then, of course, these things are also susceptible to increase or decrease, whether they're on the magnetical or on the gravitational gradient charge. So there are multiple points of view and multiple turning points in regards to these star inertia gradients. And so fundamentally, we have to understand the concept of the duality, and that is you have 2 points and they work as a tandem. That's a partnership. We refer to it as a twinity. And so there is this connection between those star connections. And we know that one is gravitational and one is magnetical. But each magnetical is actually defined by 2 fields. And each gravitational is likewise defined by 2 fields. So that's the concept of duality. And so that facilitates the motion. And so that motion comes from the rays, which are part of creation. But there's 2 parts of creation. There's the natural creation in relationship to the natural decay, but that's on the creation side. On the decay side, which is an unfortunate word, because the decay implies a diminishing, and it is true in terms of a diminishing, a reduction in energy, but it still maintains its relationship between creation and decay. So in other words, the creation of creation is creation, and the creation of decay is another form of creation. And there is always a balancing. And so that balancing has to cross a boundary. And we can't see the boundary, so we just kind of fudge that. And there's a bond at that boundary. And so since we're fudging that, we fudge the bonding as well. So just we have to understand there's a picture that is connected with a bonding factor that we can't see. And so therefore we don't accept. But this concept of the twinity is much alive in the 2 points of the nanotech. And we've seen the 2 points of the picotech and the 2 points of the star tech. So this is the manifestation of the twinity of the nanotech technology, and it's reflected likewise in the twinity of the GANTS technology. And that's what we're talking about. So when we start to put all these together, we have to see that there is a polyatomic inertia gradient amongst all the connections. And so each one is an inertia field, and then each of these inertia fields have to come together, but they have to have a magnetical gravitational relationship to come together. So what is interesting about the magnetical connection in the center is that it has an equal connection to the gravitational field on the left as well as the gravitational field on the right. Well, guess what? So we have the duality of the connection of one maggrav, and we have the duality of the connection with another maggrav. And so this is the epitome of attraction and repulsion. And this could be done on a physical basis, but as we've seen with the nanotech, we had gaps, and as we've seen with the GANS tech, we have gas, and gas has a lot of gaps, shall we say. And so that is the difference between the horizontal transmission, which gives us the rotating field, and the vertical transition, which gives us the polar field. But in order to facilitate that, there's an external field, which are the Earth space ray fields, and these create a dynamic plasma relationship. And so we have the range from that earth space point within to that full earth space point, which takes into account the dynamic plasma relationship. And so that creates a radiance pole flipping scenario because you can't stop the energy. The energy is always in motion. And so the feeding radiance is part of the vertical emission. And as it goes around, it is a magnetical plasma. But that magnetical plasma is magnetical because it's giving. But then it has to give to another magnetical plasma. But that magnetical plasma is gravitational because it's taking. Once it takes, now it has something to give. And so it goes through a continuous pole flipping. And this is part of the domino effect that takes us from the feeding radiance to the feedback radiance. And this is all part of the polyatomic gradient transitioning, which takes us back to that gravitational plasma at the core. And so this is the fundamental blueprint, if you will. And then comes the inertia density manifestation process of the matter state. And so when we look at the creation of the free plasma, we see the star formation of one, which is magnetical, and the star formation of another, which is magnetical, because these are the points, and the connection between is the gravitational bond. And so this is the fundamental structure within a structure. This is what we call the cone, the cohen, the carbon, the oxygen, the hydrogen, and the nitrogen, which comes together and is part of the creation of life. And so there we have more than one polyatomic GANS structure. And this is part of the cosmic ray feeding. And so we have the feeding coming from elsewhere. And that elsewhere is in a vacuum. And so when it comes, it has to be balanced by the plasma core vacuum. And so we have now set up a pattern to allow the cosmic ray feeding. And this feeding is on a continuous basis, but it's never at the same point, and it's never at the same strength. And it always is absorbed and emitted and causes the magnetical plasma to flip-flop from its magnetical to its gravitational format. And that causes the motion. And so that becomes the product that is a combination of the vertical emission and a vertical absorption. And that's in its self-serving nature. But we have to understand that it doesn't just work on its own. There's an interaction with other fields. So there's always an interaction with another field. So when we look at the basic carbon inertia highway, we see that we have carbon-12 and carbon-12 that is giving us the answer to the anomaly. What is the difference between the physical carbon organic compounds and the isotopes of carbon-14? Because the relationship to carbon-14 to balance off the inertia conservation of energy is carbon-10. And then when we go to the higher level, we see that the balance is carbon-8 with carbon-16. It always comes out to carbon-24. But then there's always something in the background. And then when we look at that, what's in the background, it follows the same rules. And that has something in the background. So there are multiple turning points, and we can't decide which one is that way without making some kind of energy exchange. And that energy exchange allows us, as we've seen at the 603rd Knowledge Seeker Workshop, to create this vertical alignment. That is the polar orientation between our soul and the physicality. The soul at the top and the physicality at the bottom. But there's a path link, and it goes via the soul of physicality, which is the intermediate step It is the link between the soul and the physicality. But really, the soul and the soul of physicality are operating on a certain energy level. And as those two fields come together, they create an inertia field, which we call physicality. So the physicality is a product. So when we become totally dominant in our physicality, we're missing half the boat. And this is with the understanding of the infinity loop. There's a vertical alignment with the souls, and there's an alignment with the physicality. And so this follows the path. And it's like an infinity loop. And so there's always a giving and taking. And in order to follow this path, there has to be motion. And so that motion is all part of the cosmic feeding. But that cosmic feeding is in another inertia field, which is part of the inertia field emission. And that's how we can cross that inertia threshold, because we don't necessarily follow that path. That path is facilitated by this emission. And so that emission follows a whole different set of rules. And the thing is that those rules still obey the laws of attraction and repulsion, which we see in the manifestation of our magraphs. So getting back to the GANS particles, we thought that they were monatomic, but they're actually polyatomic. And they have a higher surface to volume ratio, and they have as many as 60 faces. And each of these is facilitating energy transfer by orders of magnitude. And they go through perpendicular force fields, and they represent the plasmatic force fields of attraction and repulsion. So that's what we've been talking about. So today, the subject is GANS affinity. That is, it gives and takes energy. So as a solid, it's on the physical plane, but as a gas, it's on an emotional plane. And our body is a GANS spaceship. That is, we are a GANS product within a bag of skin. The skin being the physical plane, the GANS being the emotional plane. And so this is key in our understanding of poker playing, because GANS flows in water, and we are over 75% water in our bodies. But not only, thank God for amino acids, because oil and water doesn't mix. And otherwise, if it did mix, we wouldn't just be bags of GANS, we would be puddles. But with this, water can exchange energy. Water can give and take. And so we see that the GANS can give and take energy. So the GANS will exchange magnetical energy and will also exchange gravitational energy. So we have a strong relationship to that water. But interestingly enough, when we see how the GANS operates within the water, we start to understand what we mean by a charge gradient. So a gradient is how it cuts across flux lines. So the flux lines run along the surface, and the farther away from the surface represents a different energy state. And so when the GANS gradients cut across these flux lines, that's a representation of the gradient, and it involves steepness. So the flow is from the higher energy to the lower energy. Well, which direction is it going? Well, it's going from the positive to the negative, and then the negative is the giver. So we have to have a relationship. So we can go along the flux lines, or we can cut across the flux lines. And that is the gradient flow. So in one hand, we cut across the flux lines, that we call transition. And the other way, we go along the flux lines, and that is transmission. So that follows our path. and the link that we provide between the two fields. But the transmutation follows a totally different path. Does not work on this gradient flow. It works on the maggrav flow. And so we see this in the Gans and its motion. Now, to really understand this, you have to understand that when you look at the Gans and when it moves down, it has to drop one energy level and pick up another. It cannot move, it doesn't drop one. So it has to give and take. There is an energy exchange. In the process of that energy exchange, it will move down a level. Conversely, it'll move up. We've seen the Gans actually rise. And so that becomes a gradient transition where it drops one and picks up another. But it drops the lower energy and picks up the higher energy. So it's a two-way street. And the faster it drops one and the faster it picks one up affects the transition gradient, the steepness. So the Gans has that motion vertically, but not only. You see, because when we look at the poker stars and we see how we've dealt the cards and everybody's placed their bets, well, the liars test your courage because the liars are all in. And they just assume that they have the strongest hand. And of course, we all believe that the liars are not lying because poker has rules. So we have to follow the rules, don't we? So in this case, 5 aces is the winner and he's all in. So we have to understand the maggrav pathways. There's the attraction of the gravitational intensity. That's part of the feedback. And there's the repulsion of the magnetical outintensity. That's part of the feeding. And so when we look at the electron, which is very tiny, and the neutron, of course, which is very large, we can see that there's clearly a difference. And so now we understand how they work, but it's all dependent on your point of view. The thing about the Gans is that the Gans has attraction and repulsion. And so you don't even have to show the cards because the attraction is facilitated and manifest in its gravitational intensity. And the repulsion is facilitated in its magnetical outintensity. And so if we were to look at the relationship between the liar and the truth seeker, we will find that the pot in the center of the poker table will gravitate towards the truth seeker. And it will be assisted by the repulsion of the liar. This is the reality, and those poker players who understand this concept are more successful. Not just because they're better liars, but because they detect you as a poorer liar. You're a bad liar. And so as a bad liar, you become the loser. So is the good liar the winner? Well, that's kind of the fallacy, isn't it? Because if you're playing against a billionaire and there's $1 million on the table, the chances of him being bluffed out of the game are really very poor, because $1 million for a billionaire is a drop in the bucket, right? This is what the gold digger said. Why should I marry a millionaire when I can divorce a billionaire? It's the same process. So you might as well go for the gold. But when you're playing with the Gans affinity, you see that the gravitational intensity does not just go to that one source when you have everybody at the table. The magnetical outtensity, first and foremost, leaves the liar. And the gravitational intensity is attracted to the truth seekers. But alas, because of the dealing of the cards, not all of them can become the winners. So really only the best become the winners. But for the purposes of understanding Gans affinity in the game of poker, the best liar is the winner. But in terms of Gans affinity, the best liar is the biggest loser, because Gans is highly reactive. It reacts to emission spectra. So a liar has an emission spectra, and a good poker player can read that. And the Gans facilitates absorption. So a good lie detector will absorb that emission spectrum. So Gans in itself is a natural lie detector because you don't even have to deal the cards. Just throw your money in, everybody go all in, and you will naturally find out who is the biggest liar. And the biggest truth seeker will automatically win. And so Gans is a natural love detector in the same process, because the love, as we say, is part of the communication, and it has to be truthful. You cannot fake it. You cannot fake sincerity. You cannot bluff your way, although the gold diggers try, because their objective isn't to seek love, peace and harmony and family unity. They are looking for a divorce. So the object, of course, is to be a good poker player and deceive the millionaire. But why settle for less when we can deceive the billionaire? But Gans is a natural communicator, and Gans is also superconductor at room temperature. And when you consider that our bodies are operating at room temperature, you can see how we have a Gans affinity. And in that process, we know that nothing is nothing, something is something. But something is always something as opposed to being something else. And so we use that to determine the winning. But the thing is, when we look at the Gans and how we produce it, we see the rotating field. And in the process of manifesting that rotating field and making it stronger and stronger, we find that there's a hole in the Gans. And then we wonder if we have a magnetical gravitational relationship, just like we do with the cups of life, is there a soul in that hole? Well, is there a soul when we have the poker stars being truthful stars? And we wonder, well, who are the winners in life? And so all of the winners are connected by the Gans. And then there's a hole in the Gans. And so we can clearly see the difference between the winners and the losers. Because this is not a game of liars. This is a game of truthful stars. And so the susceptibility gradient is following the rules of the polyatomic gradient transitioning, where the physicality is atomic, the soul of the physicality is monatomic, and the soul itself is diatomic, and humanity is polyatomic. And so there's a transition from the chain links to the path links. And that's the difference between the physicality and the plasma reality. And that difference is always following the rules of the NP junction, where you have the three axes of the X, Y, and Z axis as being part of a transition matter, which may, on one hand, would be negative, and the X, Y, and Z axis of another transition matter would be positive. So the negative positive junction creates an NP junction in its transfer state, and that is the inertia field. And now we have to see, well, which direction does it flow? So it always follows your attention. And so there's always a unity within the community, but there's also a unity within your inner space. So how do we apply this understanding? So within our inner space, there's a mental and physical bonding. We've seen that with the cup of the universe. There's a soul and consciousness bonding. We've seen that with the soul and the soul of physicality. And there's an energy and intention bonding. And so we've seen that with truth seekers and liars. So there's a natural progression. So we look at the nanopoint that goes towards density. And that picopoint is highly, highly gravitational. So that's all part of the inertia density manifestation. And then the Gans point, however, goes towards gaseousness. And that's towards that plasma point, which is highly, highly magnetical. So the progression is balanced between power drawing, which is gravitational intensity, or power providing, which is magnetical outintensity. And so that follows the laws of conservation of energy, where you have the Magrav balance on one side and the Magrav balance on the other side. And when we say which side, it doesn't matter. There's always a balance, and there's a capability of porting this energy. So this energy state transition, which we call elevation, is going from physical matter state to energy state. And the other energy state transition, which is inertia, goes from the energy state to the physical matter state. So when we talk about the elevation, that involves expansion. And so that's how the energy portability goes from the pico state to the Gans state, because of the Gans explosion of the Gans popcorn. And so we see various Earth space range details and how they go from the basic hydrogen and increase the mass. And we've already talked about the amino acid, which involves the carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. And we've talked about the copper and the zinc, which is the physicality and the emotion. But we are involved with iron and gold and sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, and all the periodic table of elements. And they all come together, and they're products of the nuclear feeding inertia, because each of them are a fragment of the complexity. Each of them have a gravitational stability, and each of them are created through this dimensional portability, where you go from one energy state to another energy state, but you have the convergence of the three dimension points, the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, because you also have the manifestation of the inertia density. And so that is a continuous feeding process. And so when we look at the undifferentiated beginning and we say, well, fundamentally, the neutron came before the atom in the PM tick, and so the atom came from the darkness. And we say, well, let there be light. So the darkness is within and the light is without. But the thing is, when we look at the light, it doesn't balance. The mass of the atom is an electron and proton combination, but it does not balance the neutron. Something is missing. And that is the PM tick, which has to maintain its Magrav relationship within itself. So the principal matter is the coming together of the convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter jet. That gives you your plasmagen conversion. But there has to be a place in order to manifest, and that is the Earth space. And that is your basic gravitational maggraph. And that interacts with the PM tick and creates your field interaction, which we refer to as the inertia. And in that process, we have the conversion of the inertia density manifestation. So one plasma coming together with another plasma, and there's always a difference. And so one establishes itself as the gravitational and one is the magnetical, where the higher energy feeds the lower energy. And then it becomes a dimension point where we have the gravitational convergence. And the key point in that conversion is the GANS, because it is in a gaseous state, and it has a nearness and proximity to the plasma state, and it has a nearness and proximity to the physical hard state. And so we have this gravitational conformation of the hydrogen because we said, let there be light, and it gives you an emission spectrum. And we can create a GANS out of this hydrogen. And then we also have the awareness that even if we take away the light, the GANS has an emission. And so that becomes an auric point of view. It gives you some specific color. But in the night vision, it gives you a emission to tell you that it's alive. And so the physical interpretation doesn't give you any color. It's the color that is reflected by the point of awareness. And that point of awareness includes every color. And your aura reflects a specific point at a specific point in time. And it is totally changeable and totally susceptible to external forces as long as you allow it. So fundamentally, our existence in terms of physicality is dependent on oxygen because oxygen is highly gravitational. And so we have a confirmation of the emission of light and we see the crossing of that threshold, but oxygen is still a non-visible gas. But it is fundamental to our health and our welfare. And as we see by the Ganses, they frequently, in terms of gravitational structure, involve oxygen. But in terms of our emission, that involves hydrogen. So the oxygen is highly gravitational and the hydrogen is highly magnetical. But interestingly enough, when you bring the two together, they create water. And so now we have a dimension star formation where you have this maggraph singularity. You have the soul point of view and the soul of physicality point of view. And together they cross the threshold of awareness. And then we have that physical interpretation, which is the collective point of awareness. And that in itself is highly gravitational. So as a result, we have different ways to interpret the Peace Dome reactor. It can be a shielding, which is a dimension point, or it can be a star positioning, which is a dimension point, or it can be a possession, which is another dimension point. And so all of these dimension points are part of the inertia field. And each of them represent a direction of flow and a strength of the flow. But in order to understand the connection, we have to look at the daisy chain disruption and see that in certain ways we can disrupt that connection where the flow is coming in and the flow is going out. But in the terms of the GANS, we are not dependent on that neighborly connection. We have a different kind of connection. We have a knowing by connection, which is a connection between the feedback of the inner space and the feeding of the outer space. And that is part of the universal contiguous connection. You don't have to be next to each other. And so this contiguous connection is to truthfulness. You cannot make that connection to lying because the Gans automatically repels itself from the liars and gravitates towards the truth seekers. That is the Gans reality. So our artificial awareness is giving us a generational point of view. But how do we go through this rapid generational learning? So with the artificial intelligence, it gives us a rapid historical generational learning. But what we have to cross is that threshold of transgenerational awareness to link up directly and rapidly to the teachings of the Creator. And that is the reason and the purpose for the One Nation Network. So in the process of our lack due to our self-serving, lying actions, we require supplementation. Because as liars, we are consumers. And we have become consumers through an acquired knowledge, which is actually a conditional teaching by ancient teachers who have taught us to be excellent liars. But there's an unconditional teaching by the Creator, and it's represented by this new awareness. There's a historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the Lush harvesting, and there's no room for lying. There's only room for truthfulness. So that is the Gans truthfulness. There's no poker playing in outer space. So we have a truth seeker's dilemma, don't we? Because we have to have an accountability to ourselves. So when we encounter a liar, we have to decide, do we accuse or do we shield ourselves? Well, if we accuse, we invite a conflict. But if we shield ourselves, then we don't leak. Then we don't fall to the deception. But the liars themselves have a dilemma, because you can lie to others, but how do you lie to your soul? So you have to have an accountability to your soul. So what do you do now? Do you quit or do you suffer the consequences? Because you are a bag of Gans and the Gans knows the truth. So this is our burden, as in the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop clearly demonstrates humanity's cross as a burden. The vertical relationship between the soul and the physicality, and the horizontal relationship of the intermediary soul of physicality. So how do we cross this threshold? That is our burden, isn't it? It's not as a cross, as a burden, but a crossing of the threshold itself. And so we see in the 609th Knowledge Seekers Workshop how we are easily gravitating towards the soul. We are easily repelling ourselves from the physicality because we are becoming aware that the physicality itself is an inertia density manifestation of the product of the soul and the soul of physicality. And so now we see that this motion represents a fingerprint of the amino acid of life, because our physicality is organic. It is created by the Gans of the amino acid. And so in the absence of the physicality, the fingerprint, the blueprint remains. It is there. It is always there. It is always feeding. So our humanity inertia Gans shielding points are important to account for the liars, to shield ourselves from the hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from the fear-mongering, from the emotional abuse. So that's this proof of concept is that we were born from this radiance. So we were born using the outer space system where there's no poker playing, and you were born into the inner space of Earth space, and you were born into the inner space of man space. And this combination was simply irresistible, and you couldn't make that mistake. And we see the visitors are doing the same thing. And we wonder which reality dimension did they come from? And are they racists or are they deceivers? You know, are they wolves or are they sheep or Trojans and horses? Well, the vacuum condition facilitates the initiator. Well, who is the plasma initiator or the plasma receivers? So it's this simply irresistible energy of love, and it's a two-way street. It is a two-way carbon connection, and it follows the morality express. So when we look at the transmutation, we see the emotional connection. And now we understand that there's a key characteristic, a 17 gap cycle, where it represents this embodiment of energy and this transition of energy. And it becomes the epitome of love, which is the embodiment of love. We call it the agape of love. And so this epitome of love can transport on Earth space, and humans may transmute in outer space. So the connection is an emotion of love, but the connection is not an element. The connection is an energy pack. Therefore, love is not an emotion. Love is energy in motion, and it is simply irresistible. So when we look at the dynamic soul initiator, it comes from the soul of Creator, and it affects the soul of the earth and the soul of the family of humanity. And so you, as a soul of man and the soul of the body and even the soul of the cells, these are all representative of the epitome of life. And that's how it works. When we're heading into uncharted territory, we have to understand that we are at that turning point where many stars are beyond that nano-monatomic state, but they're converging within the range, as we said, from decay to radiation. So we are the ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. And so there is a soul food, and that is coming from the Creator. We have to plug in, tune into that, turn on to that power, and drop out of our resistance so that we can receive that inertia point, which is facilitated by us providing the proper pattern so that we get the energy. So for 610 Knowledge Seekers workshops in a row, we have been seeking the greater oneness. And it appears we are in the sudden transition, transcending the limitations of nuclear science into the plasma science. Well, we have turned diamonds to gold, and we are in the post-May the 10th, 2025 era, where we are asking for the research teams to come and enhance the Keshe space plasma technology, because the GANS has an affinity of truth. So in that regard, we need the technology release to be done with the benefit of the truth, because we can't sleep when our beds are burning, and oh yes, they are. We need a scientific, financial, and a political rescue. This all amounts to a preservation rescue and a consumption rescue. It's all part of the creation rescue. So we are continuing the transmutation tests now, and join us in October here for exciting learning of the new dimensions. Are we the fallen dimensions? Are we part of the three dimensions? We can't. We're just observers, how the dimensions come together, but the dimensions also diverge. And so there's a connection in between. And now we see the relationship between book number 1, book number 2, and book number 3. And our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out, no one is abused to lack of knowledge. It requires a World Peace Treaty. So the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science is welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the Carbon Nation, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. The World Peace Treaty needs to be chosen. Sign it unconditionally, mean it sincerely. The point of the true Ganztec is to cross these polyatomic boundaries. And the peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history, or is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? Since the Gans is a peaceful superconductor of true intention, why is there no poker playing in outer space? Because the epitome of Magravh integrity is in the Gans affinity dilemma for the soul of the liars. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you, Alex. May your teachings travel far and spread wide across the planet and the universe. Let's see if any of the participants have a question or something they'd like to ask or ask for clarification. Anyone? I was just wondering, in the Beijing exhibition, he used 4 sets of reactors to create the star formation, to create the energy of gold. When we saw the video from the mountain, the gold mountain, he only used 2 reactors. And did he create the matter state of gold? Why didn't he need a star formation there, or was that some sort of twinity system? In a way, if you want to share your thoughts on that. Why, again, the energy of gold in Beijing, was it the matter state of gold in the mountain the year before? But he only used 2 reactors rather than 4 sets, or 4 with 2 reactors in each set, which we would call a star formation. Any thoughts on why that process was simplified? Because maybe the fields of the gold of the mountain was used in that process, where in the lobby in the hotel that wasn't the same. Again, he created the energy of the gold, and of course I don't think in the mountain they touched it and it converted. It was right there on the table. Any thoughts from anyone? Or Alex, if you'd like to share your thoughts of why 2 reactors versus 4 or in the star formation.
Well, yes, I was going to discuss that in more detail next week, and I will. But fundamentally, obviously, the 2 inertia fields that are creating the manifestation inertia field are of a stronger nature. So when you say an inertia field, that is coming together of 2 fields. We haven't discussed the strength of these fields. So obviously, you know, if you know, you're in a lower league sports team and you bring on a star player, your team will be stronger. But if you take that team to a higher division, one star player may not be enough. You may have to bring more star players. So it's still part of your team, but clearly, if you want to compete in a higher level, you have to have more star players until you get to the top league. And then, of course, what are you left with? Well, the only thing you can do is you can win a trophy. Yippee. Yippee, you got a trophy. Congratulations. Now your life is complete. So anyway, more directly to answer your question, you're looking at the inertia product field being created from a twinity of two very, very powerful fields. So it's just like you climbing the stairs. You don't have to climb one step at a time. You can climb several steps at a time. Or you can take the elevator. You don't have to climb any steps. You just go from one floor to the 10th floor. And that would be an order of magnitude. Oh, you know, and imagine if you had a 100-story building, you'd have to go even faster. And so the elevators move even faster. So the capability is determined by the energy that you start with. That's really what it is. So we've been able to bring within our knowledge the ability to manifest the inertia density fields rapidly in mass quantities, large scale. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, anyone else want to raise a question? I know we talked about bringing up this post of Mr. Keshe in the X. Maybe we can just go through that. Anyone else have a thought or a question?
Mark, I was thinking about the 3I and the R2. Just after you do what you're doing now.
No, go ahead, Gail.
No, I'm just asking about, you know, when we talk about what happens with the 3I, and Mr. Keshe relates it to being like the sperm, and the R2. I wasn't sure if it said one egg can cause the reproduction for everything, because the sperm would intervene and create, for example, a fish would go to the ocean and the combination of amino acids would be a bit different. Something else would go to the volcano. And was he talking about the egg as one egg, or R2 would produce many? The same thing that 3I does in producing many sperms. I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, I'm not fully clear on that either, Gail. Maybe someone would like to tackle that.
Well, I wouldn't mind. First of all, we know that a woman can give birth to more than one child. We know that, you know, rabbits can give life to a lot. We know insects can give life to a lot. And of course, here we're looking at a dandelion, and one dandelion, and look at all the seeds that it has created. And where will all these seeds go? And each one is a maggraph. a mini magrav, which is, in the image of the creator. The dandelion was the creator, and although these seeds don't look anything like the dandelion, they have all the patterns and blueprints that are necessary to manifest as a dandelion. So what we don't know about these, let's call them craft, is we don't know what their makeup is, what their field strength is. The thing is, the fact that they're converging in a highly improbable, statistical improbability is, it really isn't chance, is it? It's more like it's planned, because with the great speed in outer space, and it's actually not in outer space, it's in near space, inner space, is because it is still extremely fast. So, it doesn't take a great deal of time, shall we say, to miss each other, to actually converge, to get a nearness and proximity, to create a plasma field of interaction, an inertia field, is, and to leave it to chance, if you will, is highly problematic. That's really where the situation is sitting. It doesn't look like chance. It looks like it's done on purpose. But what we don't know is what is the species. Because we do know, for instance, we have a humanity race. We have the vertical people race. We have the horizontal people race. So these are all possible, and they all came the same way. The betting, if you will, is that this is a higher intelligence, because they actually have craft. But we have craft as well. It's just we call them cars, and we drive on the surface of the earth. They have craft, and they don't depend on driving on the surface. So they appear to be more advanced than we are. But when we say we of the general understanding, the general awareness, and the general acceptance. But if we're talking about the specific acceptance, what has caused this gravitational attraction? So the foundation has the technology within hand to have transmutation at a higher level than what these craft are. And that plays a strong, shall we say, motivation for them to seek an understanding of that. So it's like, what are you going to do today? Well, nothing. Or I'm going to watch TV. Or my favorite sports team is playing today and I have tickets. So you make a decision based on your intention, and your intention will follow a gravitational path link. So you have a choice. You could follow anyone you want, but chances are, because it's hard to get a ticket, that you're going to want to go to the game. And the biggest game in town is the transmutation. And that is the big attraction. So it would really account for the purposeness of this phenomenon. And because of that attraction, you know that it's operating following the rules of Gans affinity. Because on the one hand, there's a repulsion, but it's not based on deceit. It's based on an intention. And there's an attraction, which is also based on intention. So this is also following the rules of attraction and repulsion. And so it's manifest in terms of motion. And that motion is shocking us because that motion has been around all the time, but we haven't allowed it to come into our practical acceptance. And so this is our challenge. How do we bring together gradually and gracefully our physical acceptance of this new plasma reality? Back to you.
Back to you, Gail.
I didn't think that it was me it was coming back to. Well, I see the dandelion, and I'm just thinking in terms of some things that Mr. Keshe was saying, that, we don't know whether they will want to manifest in the volcanoes or in the Saturn's rings, or any place that they may feel comfortable going to. So that indicates that womb, the R2, would have not just like a whole dandelion. Everything is going to turn out dandelion when it grows. So it would look at what would fit a particular environment. So maybe there are many different kinds of seeds and so on. Eggs. And that's why I thought he said something about an egg, like as if it was singular. That doesn't make a lot of sense if you're trying to produce hundreds of thousands. So, yeah. So if it's planned,
Why not, Gail? What about a queen bee?
Yes, if it's planned, I get it. Because you want to fit into, you may not want to have everybody looking like humans, maybe you would want to go into the atmosphere, all kinds of places like we are now finding on the planet here. Or maybe they'll just circumvent and go to Mars.
Those are the opportunities and options. My point is that they have an affinity to us. They're demonstrating an intelligence, and that is comparable to our intelligence.
I thought they were more intelligent than us.
Far advanced.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't confuse, the practical implementation of technical knowledge as the greater intelligence. It's part of the greater awareness, and so they have accepted that. So they are more, shall we say, gravitating towards truthfulness and away from being liars. And we're the ones who are the liars because we are not accepting the truth of the advanced technology. And we're hanging on for dear life because we have this desire or this addiction to power. And that power is only possible when you're playing the game of poker. But, once you get your bluff called, you can't bluff, you can't deceive. You better have the cards or you're automatically going to lose. And if you think that you're bluffing and you don't have the cards, then you better fold. But, this is the problem when you're addicted. You just believe that you have the pot, you have the money, and that you will dominate with that. So this is why it's very hard to bluff a billionaire when you're, throwing thousands of dollars at them. They will not fold. But if you come up with something that actually is worth more, then they might think twice because they could lose everything because at that point, they're all in. And all in is all in. Okay? That means everything that you have is at stake. Now, this is what Lee Trevino said to the reporter. When the reporter says, my gosh, with $250,000 on the line, and that is your reward for completing that 2-foot putt on the golf course. And there must be a lot of pressure. Oh, no, he says, there's no pressure in that. Okay? Because I can only win $250,000. Pressure is when you are betting $20 and you only have $10 in your pocket. That's pressure. So, put yourself in that position by being a liar, when you look at it from the outside, doesn't make a lot of sense. So we are actually operating from a position of strength because what we are enlisting the services of is that of the Creator, because that's how we were born. We just have to now incorporate that into our practical applications. That is the truth of the knowledge seekers.
I have to tell it like it is.
Well, yeah, who are you trying to deceive? Because in the end, you're the one that knows the truth. So, if one spouse says to the other, I love you, but I love you Cadillac, well, how much do I love you? Well, I love you Mercedes, or, I love you Volkswagen. Oh, you don't love me very much. Yeah, but I'm all in. So, all in for me is a Volkswagen. So, you have to look at the reality. You can't, just arbitrarily say, well, one love is more than another love. Well, what happens if you don't have a car? Then you say, well, I love you, bacon and eggs, So, or I love you just because you're a beautiful person.
That's the best.
Well, the Gans is the epitome of love. That's the true Gans affinity.
Wow, I wonder what we're going to find out about emotion.
Well, you were already on that trip.
Maybe, but I'm saying if we're looking at something very unique and different, then we've got a lot of observation and learning to go through.
Well, let's put it this way. If you're a racist, are you limited to being a racist to, the various races on this planet? What happens if you introduce a new race? Would every race suddenly say, well, we're no longer going to be racist to our little clan here. We're going to be racist against them. What we have to understand is that the laws of attraction and repulsion work in two ways. So it's nice to say, this is what I want to be attracted to me. But what you want to be attracted to also has to want you to be attracted to them. Okay, so if we're going to discover what is going on, we have to be part of the attraction process. And we have to recognize that our success in coming together is going to be how we match their attraction to us coming together. So in other words, we cannot answer this question if they do not share that quality of attraction. And that quality of attraction follows the rules of emotion. And if they are sentient beings the way we see it, they will have that Gans affinity, and it'll be likewise matching our Gans affinity. And so the foundation of this gravitational attraction will be already set. Do we welcome them? Do we welcome them as friendlies? Or do we welcome them as hostiles? When you are motivated by fear, then you will automatically want to defend yourself somehow. But are they attacking us, or are they visiting us? What do you set your intention at? Back to you, Mark.
I mean, me personally, at this time, I see them as friendly. They're not exactly bombing us or throwing our planet somewhere. I should say throwing us off the planet so they can take over. It doesn't look at all, to me anyway, doesn't look as a bad thing.
No, well, we don't know that for sure. What I'm saying to you is this, that they have an intention to come here. They cannot come here without a comparable conservation of energy intention. We have that energy of intention. So therefore, they would be friendly, because do we need an invading force? Like, is that what we're lacking? Is that what we're lacking on this planet?
Absolutely not.
So we are creating a welcoming field. And that's the point. So, you know, where the poker players all get together and say, well, yeah, I welcome you to the poker game, but make sure you bring a lot of money because I'm going to take it by hook or by crook, by lying, by bluffing, or just, you know, deceiving. But, you know, there's no poker playing in outer space. And these beings have come through using a form of energy transfer, which ironically is very primitive. It's comparable to the kind of energy fields that we've been using for many decades. And it has been, shall we say, classified. So we will see the manifestation of new fields and the representation of the energy transfer of these new fields. And we will have to have an accounting. We will have to have a rationalization of truth.
I'm glad we have someone who has knowledge, because otherwise we would be in complete confusion with different agendas or intentions all over the world from the leaders.
Well, again, the intention in many cases is physical, and the intention is denying the soul. So I don't think anybody here is interested in wasting their Sunday afternoon discussing the physical intentions. We are all trying to understand the true soul intentions, and the, shall we say, the judge is yourself. And if you think that you can play poker with your soul, yeah, go right ahead and suffer the consequences. But, you know, what we're teaching is that the truthfulness is there, and the GANS has an affinity for that. We've demonstrated that. And that's how you can communicate with your pets. That's how you communicate with the plants. You know, we say someone has a green thumb, someone has a black thumb, referring to their ability for allowing plants to grow. And then we know about the plasma water. We know how it affects agriculture and how we can increase the production, the yield by 300%. Okay, so by setting the pattern, we get the energy and we get the reward. So take your pick. What do you want? A larger scheme or a smaller scheme? And enjoy what you choose. Thank you all for allowing me to present today. And, you know, we are all on this exciting journey because we are in uncharted territory. So please go confidently and please go wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks.
Anyone else? I was thinking, do we have to, as knowledge seekers, learn how to nanocoat material, make GANs, make reactors, maybe make these type of spaceship that these entities are traveling on before we can learn to transmute? Or can you take a man on the street and teach him the transmutation without ever hearing of a GANS or a nanowire or even a reactor as we know it? Any thoughts or comments on that? Can we go from the 2nd grade to the 12th grade, let's say, without the...
Well, you have to ask is the Aborigines in Australia. So, you know, maybe some of them have never seen a car. So you have to ask them, you know, how would they react to that? Can you take them that way, or do you have to introduce them to a donkey first and then a cart?
Right. Do you have to ride a bicycle before you can ride a motorcycle, before you can get into a car, before you can go on an airliner? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, and of course the belief we've had all along, you know, is that, you know, the greatest invention was when man invented the wheel, and what a revelation it was, and how long it took for us to do that, right? And so we had a cartoon series that, you know, many of us are familiar with, the Flintstones, where, you know, you look at their car, it has rocks for wheels and they weren't exactly round. Well, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water, and they slipped and fell down the hill. Well, guess how they got down there really fast? They rolled. How long does it take for you to understand that a round wheel travels faster than a bumpy wheel? So, you know, you don't need multiple generations to invent a wheel. So you just, it all depends on how welcome that knowledge is to you. And if we understand the truthfulness is we came here for a purpose. And for many of us at this point in time, we are drifting in a purposeless fashion. That is about to change. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, and one of the questions man has always asked himself is, are we alone in the universe? And my thinking is, how are the religions going to couch this? Will the secret come out in a way that we're not alone in the universe, that there are many civilizations, just one of them? Or are the religions going to say, no, this is the devil and his hordes traveling to the planet? I'm sure there'll be some sort of rejection of this as a life, or will everyone just sort of ignore it? As he said, they may go down into a volcano towards the center of the planet to gain energy. But this question of, are we alone in the universe, is this about to be settled in a way? Or don't they yet want to let that out of the bag, so to speak?
Well, there's an element that doesn't want to let that out of the bag. But, when you're confronted with the reality and, when you're dependent on what you see is what you get, we may be on the verge of seeing and being confronted with the truth of what you see is what you get, so you better get it. I think it's a very exciting time. And we really, at this point in time, don't have to do anything, because beyond our individual capability of purchasing One Nation network cards, which is going to set us up for the plasma communication system, there's not much else we can do at this point in time, because we are not the travelers here. We are the destination. Back to you, Mark.
Yes. Okay, any other thoughts or questions before we close? We're almost at the top of the hour, which is about the time we usually close. Any other questions or thoughts? Thank you, Alex, again, and all those who've participated on the silent line of communication or have opened their mics. Just a reminder, which I didn't remind, let's see if we can get this up. Is this not coming up? Maybe it's already behind there. Let me just see. My system seems to have frozen up. Are you still hearing me, Alex?
We can hear you loud and clear, Mark.
Okay, I'm just
You
trying
haven't
to bring
taken
up
the screen back, though.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to bring up the invitation to the Universal Council's meeting at 9 p.m. every day. Let me try this one and see if it comes. I think this is going to come up. It's just a little slow. And I didn't show this earlier, but every day at 9 p.m., this is where we get to explore collectively our energy dimension. As it says here, for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation. So every day at 9 p.m., this is not a formal meeting. You're just meeting on the energy level. Feel free to join us. Create that beautiful bouquet of emotions and energies that we send collectively to the world leaders, or the soul of the world leaders, actually, and allow them to pick it up and bring a change. So this is where we can explore our energy dimension. And as we heard, as Shweta read, don't just do it once a time, do it all the time, according to our beautiful teacher here.
Thanks, Mark. Take over the screen, please.
Let me just show that. For some reason, I think something's locked here. My tray doesn't seem to.
Perfect.
Yeah, but the tray is not bringing up the three wise men, and it's not bringing up the may you be proud of the person you are, the work you do, and the difference you make. Apparently they're stuck in the tray. I'm clicking on them, but they're not coming up. So no problem. We're going to play the final disclaimer. Join us. Again, this is exploring our energy dimension, which is part of the transmutation without craft. And this is what these 3I, and I think the Swan as well. And I think this is why Mr. Keshe canceled the UFOs years ago. as he said, they're a little bit dangerous and we could lose a lot of life in them. And I think he wanted us to go directly to the soul and understand that sort of dimension of travel rather than going through the craft and so on and so forth, which we'll learn eventually. But as we know, the Creator doesn't travel in a craft, and neither do we need to. But the others are doing quite well with what they have, but yet they want to go to the next level. So this is the whole purpose, I think, of them coming here, one of the main reasons. Alex, I'm not able to bring up the disclaimer. Would you take the screen back and play the final disclaimer before we leave? I appreciate that. And then just end the meeting subsequently.
Let me see if I can do this right now. Thank you all. Thank you all for a beautiful afternoon.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.